Humans get in it, the car takes you where you want to go. A version of that type of car is going to be for companies. No human CEO, CMO, COO, none of that. The whole company is agents. So creatives have to, you have to use our imagination, because all that AI is doing is gobbled up all of our creations and regurgitating imagination. This means real, true, imaginative folks have to imagine some new. And that new is purposeful. How did we get here? We got here because in 2017, a paper was written called the Transformer Paper. The Transformer Paper was titled, Attention is All You Need. We need, collectively, to write a new type of paper called Transcendence Paper. Intentions is all we need. What are your intentions? We're going to go marketing to community. Are we uplifting the community? How do we transform communities? How do we make everybody's life better?
Ladies and gentlemen, on that note, I bring to you the end of an era and the beginning of a new era. The end of the Messiah might, the hero. We, the millennial generation, we are well entrenched as the TV generation. They sold us fantasies about individuals, be the heroes and heroines of change. The likes of Martin Luther King's, Modi of India, even Hitler, and Nigeria today, they are selling us Obi to be the change agent. But ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to disappoint you. There's nothing like that. Even though we grew up watching TV, reading books, listening to story that sold to us individuals who transform not just society, but human race to some extent. But there's nothing like that. So the Messiah is a myth, as I titled today's show. The machine is the mandate. We have to start moving from a hero as a savior to be the machine. A machine whereby every one of us has a role to play. That is how we are going to build a community of not just tomorrow but today. That's why Will I Am from Black Eyed Peas gave us a clear picture of the world we have today when he used Waymo. In case if in Nigeria you dey, Waymo na it's a pretty much autonomous car wey dey drive itself. Like you want take taxi, you want take Uber, you order for a car pull up without driver, nobody, you enter, take it to where you go. That is the world we are living in today. And it uses that an example to say, going forward, you are going to see a full company run by agents, agent-based robot, artificial AI and human robots, robot powered by artificial intelligence and all that. So you will see a full company, you go into a company and nobody. That is the world we are. So how do you survive in this new world? You have to start imagine things and bring them to life. And the easiest and the best way to do it is through collaboration. Even though you as an individual, you have so many agents around you to bring your imagination come to reality, but you are living in a world whereby everybody has the same agent. To stand out, you have to collaborate. So we have spent decades watching the screen, waiting for the right person to descend and fix what is broken. But a single leader is just a single point of failure. That's why when 2023 election results were announced in Nigeria, whole generations of young people in their millions are waiting for one single man to give an order that to accept the result or not to accept it. Even when they see the injustice was practical and obvious. See, they rely on a single person, a single leader, become a single point, but as a road to a single failure. That singular failure, ability for him not to live up to the occasion, destroy every dream. So when you bet your future on the hero, you aren't practicing democracy in the first place. You are practicing superstition. There's just no way one person can change. And that's not democracy. Democracy is a sheer endeavor. Everybody has to be involved in decision making in every aspect of that society. That's what democracy is all about. So true power, true power doesn't live in speech of a politician. Politician, according to Mario Cuomo, former governor of New York, made it clear that politicians campaign in poetry and govern in prose. So true power doesn't live in speeches. Doesn't live in the speech at all of a politician. It lives in the logistics of your local world, local government, local society, as we say in America, local Princeton. It lives in that 500-meter cycle around your world, your neighborhood, where you can jog to, you can talk those stuff. That's where your power lies. Utilize it. That's why I always emphasize that politics is local. We don't dwell, we don't appreciate that sentence a lot. We need to not just appreciate it, but we need to follow it to that. Politics is local. There's no way you can exercise power when you are not locally entrenched. So where you actually have agency, that's where your agency lies. People you partner with, you put to work for, they work for you, they come together, do shit. So stop waiting for savior. Start building the system that makes the savior irrelevant. That's the reason why Obi is reluctantly or deliberately refused to raise leaders in every local government, every state. Those who joined him because of his ambition left. He realized it and left. Same thing with Shori. But people will tell you, these same people will tell you that one of Bola Tinubu's superpower is ability for him to build bridges as agency. That's why it's relevant. That's why it's president today. So we need to stop talking about the Messiah. Every election cycle, we fall into the same trap. We find a face. We project our frustration. Project our frustration into them, and we call it leadership. The man who is looking for something, and you decided to see him as the only person that can take you to the next level, and getting to that next level for you and for him will take it automatically shoot him to his own goal. That's exactly what is happening. So every young person in Nigeria now believe that no change can truly happen except would be is the arrowhead. See the logic behind that. So every election cycle we fall into the same trap. We find somebody, a face, we projected our frustration into them, and we call it leadership. We think we can just get it right, or get the right man behind the right decks, the gear of the state will suddenly start turning in our favor. And that is that Messiah syndrome. It is the most expensive mistake we make every 4 years. Every 4 years, we repeat the same thing, looking for that Messiah. So, as a TV generation that we are, especially with the new millennium, one thing that TV generation, hero region, merged taught us is that politics is spectacle. Once you are looking for a messiah, a hero, a savior, of course, as you find that person, you have no choice than to build a spectacle around that person, build a festival, build a rally, build a movement around that person. So that's what we learn from TVs, who they tell us story about how one person saved the whole world, save the community, save the nation. So once we build a spectacle around it, they only taught us one thing, that if you can move the crowd, you can change the country. But history doesn't fuck around like that. History doesn't care about your crowd. History cares about your infrastructure. The people, the agency you put on ground, the structure that will be classified as a criminal criminality, structural criminality. But that's actually what will get you power. That's actually what should get the community work. That will actually fix your country. So history cares about your infrastructure. Even while we are busy debating the charisma of a leader, the people who actually hold power, they're busy mapping out the ballots. Why would be spectacle around that leader, that one person? What is the ballot people do, for instance? What is he doing? We are busy debating how modest, charismatic Obi is in every platform. Those who actually hold power, who are in power, what are they doing? We are busy mapping out all the polling units from one state to another, one local government to another. They are securing the polling units and ensuring that their influence no just stop at the podium but reach all the ways into the world. That's how you win. I would be busy debating the charisma, how good that leader is. He's a nice guy, he's a nice man. He did it. No. Those who actually understand power go low, go low because it takes the reality of that infrastructure to get you what you want. Maybe how nice or how good that person is. So when you look for a savior, you are looking for a shortcut. That's what it is. You're lazy because that's one disadvantage in joining all these groups. You're giving your thinking faculty to them collectively. Ability for you to actually sit down and see things in total is gone. So that's the whole point. That's one disadvantage of headband of following a leader, a savior, a messiah. So you are just looking for a shortcut. You don't want to do the job, what it takes. So you are looking for somebody to do the heavy lifting, just so you don't have to. But there's no shortcut, though. There's no shortcut, especially through a broken system. There's no shortcut. There's only the only way to build a machine. Build a machine with human agency, organizing from one local government, one polling unit to another. It's not going to be easy, but it's possible. So a leader can be bought, a leader can be compromised, a leader can be silenced, but a system, mbana, a system that is built by ten thousands, tens of thousands of people who understand the mathematics of power, my brother, that is a force that cannot be ignored. And if you look at all these our leaders, forget those people who are in power now. Every other person that is looking for power totally ignore this. And they know that is the only way to reform the country, to bring any change at all. But they ignore doing that heavy lifting. One part because now turn by turn. I mean, not just die. If you don't die that position, that thing that you're looking for will get to you. So what's the point of organizing the human agency? What's the point of doing all this heavy lifting? Where you're not even sure it won't get to your time. So they just begin coerce everyone and everybody face to just be singing their praises. So the era of the hero, as far as I'm concerned, is gone, is over. It's time to stop worshiping the individuals and start dating the machine. That's the only way. So because until we are willing to do the boring, untelevised, trendy, you know, work of organizing our own backyard, our own community, our own street, our own local governments, we are not waiting for hero. You are just waiting for your next disappointment, which is pretty much what the obedience are doing again. They'll be disappointed in 2023, not because of their own doing, but because of the hero mindset they have, the Messiah mindset, they put their whole aspiration, their whole struggle on one person. And when push come to shove, the person who reacts, they could not react to the outcome of the result. So goes to the hope and aspiration of maybe 6 million people. But the funniest is they are embarking on that same project again, the same way they did it. No, nothing hard, nothing changed. So they are deliberately walking into their next disappointment. So the transition from protest to building that organized machine, that's how we're going to do it in a way. So we have to look for a way to beat that to start anti-hero messaging, to start recruiting people who are currently emotionally invested in the very Messiah figure we are trying to disconstruct. So there's a whole lot of education, re-engineering to be done in order for fully move away from this. So to shift from that, we have to go from shift from that centralized, charismatic authority, that good man syndrome that we seems to have. We need to shift our attention towards distributed. We need to distribute the systematic power. So that when we move from when we, to move away from the this idea of hero, of a great man. He's a great man. He's a good man. That's a nonsense theory. Because the political reality changed from this idea of spectacle to a serious machine. Or we will call it the fallacy of the Messiah. Fallacy of the Messiah in a decentralized age. So the hero narrative again relies on the idea that a single individual possesses the agency to override world institutional inertia. But in this broadcast era mindset, it assumes that because a leader can dominate a television screen or a social media feed, they can dominate the complex, fragmented system of government. It's not going to happen. So, in reality, power today is this democratized, not in the sense of fair distribution, of course, we know that's what we keep fighting. There's no fair distribution of resources, but in the sense of complexity. So, the modern statecraft is a grift of competing interests. That's why everybody, every community is important. Competing is the interest of bureaucracy, private sector, international treaty, career, those crucial, the systematic friction of entrenched stakeholders. There's a lot of people to navigate to bargain with. Everybody have interest just as much as you do. A Messiah, that one person, is it possible for that person to bypass all that? So it needs to decentralize is very important. Infrastructure, for instance, and personality. So as we have noted, you will know that the TV generation focuses on the performance of power because that's all they portray to us on daily basis. That's why we prioritize optics, rhetorics, and the illusion of singular command because we all got this whole idea of desire from one source, TV. Messages that were curated with deliberacy, the pusher, consumer. And I would just believe that's how the world or the society works. Again, we also focus on the infrastructures of power. So we prioritize rhetoric, all these nice, polished words of it. But we also prioritize logistics, data, localized system of accountability, the unrun mile, for instance, the tedious, unglamorous work of building ground level organization that function independently as a central figure, just like what is happening in New York right now. The Democratic Party is undergoing structural change. from bottom up. From bottom up, maybe from Washington down. In fact, the guys that will be watching, they are shocked. They are shocked how the grassroots guys are mobilizing themselves, not just to have a voice, but to take power. And they are starting it from ground, clearing all the elections in New York. As the headquarters of Democrats, the established Democrats, the cream of the creams, those that bankroll the shit. But right in their doorstep, right underneath them, the carpet is being swept. That's a system at work, not individual. At that level, you cannot even pinpoint that this is the person that is spearheading the revolution. No. So yes, that's how we have to shift from this hero mindset to building a machine and no one man can control. So we have to go from protest to machine. Politics is the practical application of the realization. Once you realize that it takes a complex machine that one individual cannot respond to, then you know, and that's a result of when power is decentralized, or more accurately, diffused. So the only way to affect change is to create political vehicle that functions regardless of who is in the driver's seat. What's the probability that Kokoso is out of the picture? Kokoso will see get ahead. Be obedient for sure. So we need to move away from that. Because if you view the political landscape as an ecosystem of machine, the infrastructures of accountability, then a leader becomes functionary. They are simply the operator of the machine, not the source of its energy. Also, B is the source of the energy of the obedience. So is Konkoso the source of the energy of the Konkosia. It's not supposed to be like that. It should just simply an operator of the system. Policy become product of the architecture. When the system is built to produce specific outcomes rather than relying on good intentions of a charismatic individual. That's where we need to. The specific outcome, the result that we are looking for. If the goal is to get presidency, it should be it should be built on a on a specific machine rather than relying on the good intention of an individual. Then once you get in, you get everybody. Because power is viral and chaotic. It moves through decentralized network, telegram, decentralized media, grassroots cluster. That's how power moves. Again, just like I said, accountability is not a top down. It's not a top down affair. To build a system, it has to be ground up. When it becomes top down, I mean, it's a consequence of infrastructure. Because the investigating network and the data gathering mechanism will track rather than give from a high ranking individual. So the danger of the Messiah mindset is not just that it's ineffective, is that it is an active distraction. That's what I keep saying. So distraction, this will be show worry. Anybody will come and say, I want to be a president, toss him out. And we go choose who will be our president, not the other way around. So the Messiah mindset is not just that it is ineffective, that it is an active distraction. It encouraged the populace to outsource their agency, ability for it to reason, think, be rational, to do things, give it up for somebody else to take control. To encourage people to outsource their to a screensaver hero. Everybody now is looking towards Obi. They're forgetting their own source of responsibility. It's just to get to be there. Once it gets there, everything is answered. And once it doesn't, everything is disappointed. Because he's our hero now. And that effectively allows the underlying system to remain stagnant. So by prioritizing a machine rather than a messiah, we are not just changing the strategy, we are opting out of the spectator sport of politics into the engineering of it. So now we are just a spectacle, we are cheerleaders rather than for us to be the driving force. Poof, 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 poof. That's where we is.
Waymo is a level 5 autonomous vehicle. It doesn't need a human to drive it. Humans get in it, the car takes you where you want to go. A version of that type of car is going to be for companies. No human CEO, CMO, COO, none of that. The whole company is agents. So creatives you have to use our imagination, because all that AI is doing is gobbled up all of our creations and regurgitating imagination. This means real, true, imaginative folks have to imagine some new. And that new is purposeful. How did we get here? We got here because in 2017, a paper was written called the Transformer Paper. The Transformer Paper was titled, "Attention is All You Need." We need, collectively, to write a new type of paper called Transcendence Paper. Intentions is all we need. What are your intentions? We're going to go from marketing to communitying. How are we uplifting the community? How do we transform communities? How do we make everybody's life better? A Waymo is a level 5 autonomous vehicle. It doesn't need a human to drive it. Humans get in it, the car takes you where you want to go. A version of that type of car is going to be for companies. No human CEO, CMO, COO, none of that. The whole company is agents. So creatives you have to use our imagination, because all that AI is doing is gobbled up all of our creations and regurgitating imagination. This means real, true, imaginative folks have to imagine some new. And that new is purposeful. How did we get here? We got here because in 2017, a paper was written called the Transformer Paper. The Transformer Paper was titled, "Attention is All You Need." We need, collectively, to write a new type of paper called Transcendence Paper. Intentions is all we need. What are your intentions? We're going to go from marketing to communitying. How are we uplifting the community? How do we transform communities? How do we make everybody's life better? A Waymo is a level 5 autonomous vehicle. It doesn't need a human to drive it. Humans get in it, the car takes you where you want to go. A version of that type of car is no human CEO, CMO, COO, none of that. The whole company is agents. So creatives you have to use our imagination, because all that AI is doing is gobbled up all of our creations and regurgitating imagination. This means real, true, imaginative folks have to imagine some new. And that new is purposeful. How did we get here? We got here because in 2017, a paper was written called the Transformer Paper. The Transformer Paper was titled, "Attention is All You Need." We need, collectively, to write a new type of paper called Transcendence Paper. Intentions is all we need. What are your intentions? We're going to go from marketing to communitying. How are we uplifting the community? How do we transform communities? How do we make everybody's life better? A Waymo is a level 5 autonomous.
Move on. Let's see what we got. Let's go to the headlines. Headliners. This is the headline. News. Ah, what did I really man? I still remember on Dr. Damage's shows. That's just barely 2 years ago. I think barely 2 years ago when what's going on here? When Kenneth Okonkwo was a guest on 90 Minutes Africa. What's going on? Listen. Why? What's going on? That's not what you said. Yeah, what is seriously? So I don't know why it's not. It really take me out of what I want to do. Kenneth Okonkwo, so yes, roughly 2 years ago when I asked Kenneth Okonkwo, he was still an obedient then that what is the plan? What is the plan after losing 2023? It's been 6 months. One would expect that the obedient revolution will still be fully active on campuses, on secondary schools, on street of marketplaces. I mean, just keep that momentum going. Kunkwa said, don't worry. There's underground, planning going on. We're just going to come out and hit you guys. Wow, in the face. I'm like, what the fuck? I said, okay. To my greatest surprise, a few months later, I had the guy done pot. The guy left. He potted out of the obedient movement. The same thing. You be like say now wetin dem coach dem be that. Ask my sister Aisha, what's the plan? Nah, we're working underground, did that, boo, bah. So to see now that Obi is suing him for billions and he is accusing Obi, it's history unfolding that when the history of this era is being told, that will not, that will get a page. That will be a page. So, let's see, what is the latest news? State police legislation rushed. Can't end insecurity. ADC not to uh, all of them just die in London. Late or your governor Ajimobi brother dies in London. You are giving me akara money to captive. Drama how everybody speaks. You are giving akara money to captive voters. Okay. And what are you giving? Because at this point, that's the next question. If uh, if uh, if Tinubu is giving akara money to sway voters, what are you giving? Because condemning and criticizing him will not change it. What did you do, or what are you doing? What have you put in place? I mean, I just in grammar. Okay, I won't hear the grammar where you want to speak for it. It's set to start. Oh, what did they do this? What did they do this site today? I don't like the way the site they misbehave. You see, Tinubu's video. Yeah, I think they fuck up. She, okay. These people won't fuck with me. Get out. Something is wrong with that. I think we can get it done.
I just connected Claude to Airtable, and now I have this content strategy agent that manages my entire content pipeline. Here's how it works. So Claude is my thought partner.
Excellency, Mr. President, let me join the Honorable Minister of State, FCT, Dr. Maria Mahmood, welcoming you again to the 11th day of the commissioning of projects under your administration. We don't want to take it for granted that you have been with us not less than 6-7 days of these 11 days. Mr. President, I want to thank you sincerely. Today, we're in Kuje. When we were appointed in August 2023,
That used to be my hood.
was to go around the 6 area councils
That used to be my hood. So
and dialogue
we
with traditional
can see how you do the road. So that road,
stakeholders, women,
every government they tire.
youth, to really find out from them what they really want from government. In fact, I would recall in one of such visits, the traditional rulers and stakeholders have applauded this administration for the first time in history of FCTA that officials of government are coming to sit down with them and really ask them what actually do they want, not necessarily sitting in office and having vendors to come and say, oh, do this road, remove this tree here. We don't even know whether those demands or requests being made are what the people want. So this is the input. This administration believes in the input of those who benefit of stakeholders. So in one of such meetings, I don't know whether the emir, the traditional ruler of Kuje, whether he's here. I don't know whether he's here. So, Mr. President, let me acknowledge this traditional ruler. You see, I've always said that there are people who mean well for their people. There are traditional rulers who believe that contract or contractors must see them first before anything will happen in their community. There are traditional rulers who believe that what I want you to do is for how my people will be happy. What will make my people to really feel the impact of government. This is one of such traditional rulers I have come across with. That day, he said, Mr. Minister and Minister of State, FCT, look, we are talking about insecurity, we agree. Insecurity is part of our problem then. And he said part of that insecurity is because most of the roads are not motorable. Even when crimes occur, it will be difficult for security agencies to move around and try to intercept or try to arrest those who have committed such crimes. One is that the road which you commissioned sometimes last week, that is from the airport road to Kuje town, was not awarded by this administration, but was abandoned. There was no contractor. So he said, that road has been a problem for us. Criminals use that road to cause havoc. Can you please allow the contractor to come back to that site? And we asked, who is the contractor? They said Arab contractors. As a traditional ruler, if that is what you want, be assured that under this administration, the happiness of Mr. President is the happiness of the people. When the people are happy, Mr. President and his team will be happy. When the people are not, they feel sad that their constituents are not happy. I'm happy that the promise this administration made to fulfill that which in August we told the stakeholders that government will finish that road. I'm happy the people of Kuje have seen that this is a government that makes promise and will fulfill that promise. One of the things again they said from what they call the Gare Junction to Lear, that's the local education board or primary school. Now look, it's a terrible state, and if you can dualize that road for us, they also have a market there that it will help them. And I said, he required that instead of any other long road. He said, no, this one first. I didn't know that it was certain trap for us. So the moment we said we'll do that, and we did, when we came to commission, you know what the traditional ruler said again? He told his people to tell us, this one we have done, they have seen. But as Oliver Twist, they still want more. Of course, government is here to solve problems. Government is here to solve challenges of the people. And he now said, look, this Kuje to Gwagwalada is a nightmare. So I told him, Mr. Traditional Ruler, today we won't work like that. What I will do, I will go and check how the road is before we will award it. So one of these days we want to Kwali to commission, to inspect projects. As we are coming back, I told the ADC, can you direct them that road they said from Gwagwalada to Kuje, let's pass that road, because we won't agree again where the traditional laws tell us do from point A to point B, from point B to point C. We too as government, we must see the relevance of that road. So as we were coming, it took us not less about 2 hours. I said, where are we heading to?
Bad presenting is kind of like bad driving. We all know it's out there, and we all think it's not us.
Presentations don't fail because of too little
They said, I said, are we in America where this is just within the
Yeah. I think, yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes. So what is the man saying? About
It's the usual. It's always if it's not bragging about 1 kilometer road is tie, or I think it's it's about road. I don't know if it's commissioning or I'm just playing. I saw Gwagwalada. I used to live around this place.
yeah, I wish there can be a movement, a nationwide movement, calling for the cancellation of the elections. There's no need for it.
Yeah, somebody has to lead that. We need somebody has to lead that. One of the presidential candidates has to lead it. No, somebody has to bring that to national consciousness. I think that's what needs to happen.
The situation now is worse than what it was in 2023.
I don't think so. I just think it's the location that shift. Now is in the southwest, south. That's why we are feeling it like that.
What I mean,
It's been like that.
the apathy and
Oh yeah, that's on the increase. Steady.
yeah, that's what I mean. So there's no need for the 2027 elections. The country should be properly reorganized, and we need a new political dispensation. The present dispensation will not take the country anywhere.
And I think the another quickest way to get to that is to start campaigning to start boycotting most of these businesses, because what I'm noticing as the people get poorer, the system seems to find a way to empower one or two new person. So the more the poverty among the public is growing, there are few. You will see one new elite, one new billionaire spring up, or one person making more wealth. So they have a way in a way of balancing the anger on the street, because now it's the business guys now that are enjoying. Few of them. I mean, when I mean business guys, the top one, not average businessman on the street. Those the big boys. So the attention on them now, they are making more money. So that's why it seems as if the despair that you are talking about, it lacks no muscle. Nobody to organize them, nobody to finance the process
No,
of organizing.
well, the system, from the look of things, the system will organize itself. It's just a question of time. Maybe it could be before or after 2027. The system will organize itself. As for the politicians, frankly speaking, what is the difference between the political parties?
There's just one party.
No difference. So, yeah, it's a one-party state.
Yeah.
So I don't see how
But
the
why they are winning is that they make the people believe that the people are seeing illusion of multi-party. I think that's where they get the people. So the people still believe, oh, these people, especially now that we are looking at change from individual, right? This person will bring the change. This person will bring
no
the change. So
individual. Anyway, maybe people might believe, or people might think that I'm being too attached to the memory of Awolowo. Apart from that man, that is the only individual that has been able to make a change on his own in the lives of people in the country since independence.
yeah,
Apart from that man, I stand to be corrected. There is no other person who has individually, single-handedly championed a cause that will change generations and God. It's the only man. Apart from that man, I cannot imagine any other person at the national level.
yeah. So it's that's where now okay. This this they are the new their new distraction now is this state police.
Forget state
You
police.
you are
Just forget it completely.
they are divided in a way already, but that division is, as far as I'm concerned, are still political.
Look, look at on the legislative list, we have concurrent and exclusive legislative list. On the concurrent list, those things that federal government is doing with state government, like education, state education and federal education standards, they are the same. Electricity supply is the same thing. Medical services, the same thing. Judiciary, the same thing. Roads, the same. All the things the federal government is doing with the state government, none is better than the other. So, if there is state police tomorrow, what is the guarantee that the states will do better than what the federal government is doing now?
As far as I'm concerned, it's just the state police just to share power, to
Hmm.
take power to some people.
Uh,
Because
go,
position is not enough, so they have to find a way. Because if that now you created state police, you are having fresh 36 state commissioner. Not even, I think they are above commissioners there, because they are over they have their own little bit of autonomy power. So that's
correct.
a different breed of elite, and they are not going to be ordinary Nigeria. They are going to be their family, their friends of those people with there. So that's just a way to appease themselves. But the people are still, the poverty is still growing.
Yeah. I was listening to one man, I can't remember his name, and I think Arise or Channel TV. It is the state government that is going to appoint the state inspector general of police.
Yeah.
If the federal government right now is unable to appoint an Inspector General of Police that has the interest of the nation at heart, not playing along party lines. What is the guarantee that, let's say, Delta State Inspector General of Police will do better than what the, or will not owe his allegiance to the state governor? Let me put it that way. But it is the state governor who appointed him. All the appointees of state governors right now, they owe their allegiance to the state
Yeah.
governor. So the Inspector General of Police is going to be the same thing. And what
Yeah.
problem is this? If a state governor is in league, is colluding with bandits, what is the guarantee that that state will be able to fight terrorism?
And that means last we still boil down to human agency, the individuals.
Good, because in Zamfara State, I was told there was a governor who paid ransom to terrorists. Even the capital, sorry, federal capital territory chairman, what is his name? This man who's in trouble now.
The man who is who?
The one who is in problem now.
Ribadu. Abi
No,
Rufai.
El-Rufai.
Rufai.
El-Rufai. Good. A man like El-Rufai, assuming he's still a governor, what is the guarantee that he will not collude with terrorists in administering the state? So, in what way can the police even control him?
Well, he was there for 8 years. Nobody could control him. So
Good. So, if they create state police now, the situation will still be the same thing. But it is the man who appoints the Inspector General of Police in the state that the loyalty will go to. Look at the INEC, state INEC commissions. You know INEC, state INEC commissions. Any state that organizes election, the ruling party is sure to sweep almost all the councillor, what you call seats. So it's all, I mean, we are not yet ready to even know the road that will lead us to promised land, let alone following the road to get to the promised land. We are non-starters, as far as I'm concerned.
yeah, we are just marolling. Hello.
Yeah. So did you see one video that was trending? A terrorist somewhere northwest or so, where policemen were waving at them.
Yeah, yeah, I see the video. They are saying that they are, I don't know, but I don't know who said it, but I'm going through online to see that some people are saying that they are local vigilante, while some are saying they are terrorists. There's so many videos like that these days. I don't know, because there are another those same group of video where they are pushing their bike. They say all of them run out of fuel. So as I don't know what to believe. So now we are in the era of propaganda, but both by the states and by non-state actor.
You see, Bola Tinubu is in a very good position to solve this problem. But I doubt if he has the, let's say, ability or capability to
He
take
can't.
the bull by the horn.
He can't solve it, because those are the things that will make you sign before you even take power, before you even get to that point. They will say, oh, come, this place now, hot area, we know why it's like that. Just forget it. Are you put pen to paper? So everything that is happening, they are already, these are the things that I agreed on before they even gave him that
We have a very long way to go.
position. So that's that's of where we are. We are in a transition, though. That I think the way I console myself with all those things is that there will be an end, one way or the other.
I agree,
Either we strengthen the country or destroy it. So
I agree with you in total because if you remember Shagari's days, this is how this is how we were all complaining. Although the situation in those days was far better than what we are experiencing now. But it got to a point we were so frustrated that we did not even know what to do when the military struck. And all the noisemakers
GPS signal lost.
at the Sar Kiloye, Uba Ahmed, what's his name, Umaru Disco, and others, they were all swept into oblivion and they never returned. So this is what I'm foreseeing. It might not be a military takeover. It will be a popular uprising. Or something will happen somewhere that will create problems between two ethnic groups that will blow into a full-scale civil war. Something somewhere along the line is likely to erupt any moment from now.
yeah, so we're an interesting time. The world is changing. Nigeria
I
is
call
part
it,
of it.
I call it interestingly uninteresting times.
So the world is changing, and Nigeria is part of it.
I don't think we are part of it.
The Nigeria must change too now.
You know, when we are dealing with world affairs, no African country is a player, whether directly or even indirectly. No African country. I was told that, what's his name? Wike commissioned the water project in Abuja and they refused to drink the water.
Me tell myself, which kind of water project in the in the commission I doesn't want to drink?
The vice president was there. The vice president drank out of it, but he refused to drink out of it. Somewhere in Abuja, I don't know. Maybe he's afraid that they will poison the water.
They know themselves. Like nobody, no poor man will be poisoned now. Like them. So whatever they are afraid of, it's always interesting to me. The same thing happened to the vice president too when they were sworn in his own house. The house they spent billions built for him, he refused to move in. They are saying that the house was bugged.
Look, you remind me of something. When I was a little boy, President Yadema of Togo paid a visit to Nigeria. So he came to Benin City with Ogbomodia. They went to Kobahi to commission Bende Brewery. You know Bende Brewery, Kobahi.
Yeah.
Good. So when they commissioned it, they served them drinks. And they refused to drink. Both Yakubu Gawan, Yadema, they refused to drink the alcohol they served. That I was a little boy there, very many years ago.
And them. So they know themselves. A very interesting time.
It's terrible, man.
It was. I think they manage it to this point. It will happen. It will happen because there's so many inventions that are coming in. Many powers need to be exchanged. So they don't they bomb already us now. So that's a starting point.
With
We're
the
in a
motion
new no in the bombing of the terrorists before no they do it before now. Before now they followed them with kid load. So
but they still
something
recruit them into the military.
yeah, something is happening. I don't know. I don't know if they are recruit all those recruits are for military. I don't think so. They could be recruited to do some other thing. To enter for military recruit like that is not. I know they won't be doing it like that. Again, and as I said, most of this video again, most of those videos we are seeing, some are part of Cameroon, coming from Cameroon, Niger, and all those neighboring countries.
Anyway, the,
Now things will happen physically. That's why I always pay attention. Like anytime they do kidnapping in school, all those things, okay, I know something is happening on ground. But
no,
most of the videos that
normally,
are flying are
normally
just
I rely on Arise News and Channels TV.
ah.
No, what I mean, not the interpretation of events, but
Okay,
the
yes,
event
just
itself.
to give you an hint here.
The event itself, that
Yeah.
XYZ is happening. But when it comes to their interpretations, that's a different matter altogether. Anyway, that's how it is. So you hear of the quarrel between Sare Dokubo and the Oba of Benin.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Not necessary or bad. Yeah. I'm still trying to know exactly what is happening because with the insecurity that is not saying I do them face now after or your so I believe they are moving non-state actor forces around the country ahead of election. Because the shout when they shout for his people in Ijaw people in Edo State, how many them be? I know if as far as I'm concerned, now only year the years Ijaw people they want corner of
Yeah, the day Nico
eh,
Delegate.
they no reach it. I don't even think they have their own local government to themselves.
No, they don't. They don't.
So the noise, reach that level. So I believe something else is happening.
Yeah, as you rightly said, they know themselves.
Yeah.
Something is going on behind the scene. Maybe it was just changed and the
Oh
promises.
yes.
Something
Yeah.
happened.
Or they
And
are
I
just
don't,
looking for a reason to move his own men on ground to do put for them. Because I
don't,
don't know experimental ground, either politically, violently, or anything. Because why I'm saying this, now Tinubu is he need not just rely on conventional forces alone. He has men everywhere in the forest. To get him is vote, not necessary to fight security or anything. And Asare Tunkubo is not one of those people. So I think for me, I could be wrong. I think they are looking for a reason to move men without necessarily exposing it to opposition, make they make noise. So they're saying they are coming to fight. They should give their people their right, their people their power, blah blah. So the way he is blowing it, I think is screen sunscreen for something else. As I said, I could be wrong because there's the all these bandits. Now I do the day now, especially from my own angle. I do not because now like bridge between the Kogi and all that. So they are moving that way. So there's a need to either counter them or fight or whatever. And again, another thing, most of this insecurity that are moving from southwest outside, it is not the only thing that the media is telling us is the havoc they are doing, killing people and kidnapping people. Drugs, they carry drugs too. That's how they move
I know
drugs.
drugs and weapons.
Weapon.
Drugs and
That's their
weapons.
hair. So and the fact that they are operating fully in Edo State means a lot of things are going into Edo State. And I feel that the governor is weak and is tied to Tunubu. So now one way to attack. Again, this is just my own made up things, but I
Well,
could be wrong.
I cannot analyze the situation properly because I've detached myself so much from a lot of events that happen in the Edo and Delta states. Uh, I just want the political dispensation to be swept into oblivion. That's all.
Yeah, no,
Not the,
The population is way beyond what the institution they built to handle. Population don't double. The institutions are not effective, so they overwhelm. It's just a matter of time. It's a matter of time. It will blow up over.
Well, that time, well, I don't know.
The time is now. It's just but let's see how they want to do their election, because regardless of how the election goes, it's going to now problem it will create. There's not going to be a solution
That
to
will
it.
surely be problem.
Yeah. So,
How do you see XDP? How do you see XDP presidential candidate?
I want now is it only for president. The distance between him and the president is still me and him dey the same level. It's also just making
No, no, no.
it's
What I
fighting.
mean,
Go ahead.
should he become president? Do you think he can handle the problems of the nation?
No. A Nigeria problem no is not Nigeria problem no be leader that will come and fix things. Oh. It's when you build your house, you build your foundation, you build everything in order. Then when it comes to renovation, then you are not looking for somebody who will come and but the Nigerian structure need to be rebuilt. The system need to be rebuilt. And it has to be a consensus. Not be one person. They have to say, come, enough is enough. So that means they are ready to make sacrifice. But as you see them, so na lie. How do I get in the system and get what I can before it crumble? That's exactly what is happening. No one person can. They know it. Now the system is too corrupt. Maybe for lack of word for one person to talk. How you want to do it? The system is not just it's not something you come and handle because it's not sovereign. It doesn't. The system no belongs to Nigerians. So now it's something that we own. We can say, okay, we are looking for somebody that will come and we will support him to change it. So now, even though we find somebody that will ready to take the risks now, it is easy to rally people against him. So there's that structure no day.
Difficult to be in the past. The military government can infuse some discipline, at least for some time, into the
Yeah.
system. But the
Now
problem now is that
hmm,
the present military, there's nothing to write home about them.
there are too rich. They are free money.
This would have been a problem for the military to handle, but the modern military, certainly they cannot deliver the goods at all. So it's likely to end up in a popular uprising.
Yeah, I see. There something had to happen. All of them they are not working for Nigeria. During the time we are talking about, those military they are still very much local. When I mean local, they are not exposed to the nitty-gritty of the outside or whereby they can take money out there. So they are still pretty much looking inward. How do we get our own? But now the top military guys are money now, are too rich, getting money from anywhere. They are building estate for them in Dubai, in Washington, all those generals.
Anyway,
So yeah, the idea is, let's own this country. Nah, it's far gone. It's not in them. Not in them. Whenever we maybe as you've always said something that when something happen, a leader, somebody will rise to the occasion. That is your belief. So maybe maybe in the midst of what we are going through, a group of leaders or leader we emerge and lead us and even shift our side as a people. Because everybody, especially with the southern Nigeria, we think national. We think we are so cosmopolitan. We know they even think of nationally. Believing that thinking nationally, you never arrive. So we think globally. You want to be at the UN. You want to. That's our problem. We don't have local champion anymore. I don't know if you noticed. Did you ever see anybody, young or old, that is being celebrated nationally that you think his achievement is from home? Everybody will be celebrating another international icon. Everybody in an international icon. If they work for UN, work for what organization, is a writer, so that's a sign that we know we won't get anything to want to fight for. So everybody is looking outside. Anybody will graduate to the class, if they think I ain't go take I ain't go take. So we are we are global assets.
Okay, well, to some extent, I think you are correct, but not totally, because if we are global assets, what
No,
impact, what impact are we making on the global
no,
arena?
yeah, we think we are, I should say. And all our global, all the people we celebrate that are doing, we think they are doing well outside, they are all managers. In other words, they just, anybody can do that job, right? Just like you now, Mr. James, you can be a World Trade Organization president. You don't do anything. They do calculate trades where they go. No, people work for you, or you are just like an authority that everybody bring things to your table. And most of the things that have been put on your table are already been decided on, and just for you to put signature to it. So that's all our international record. They are all managers. Anybody can pick to go and manage that, go and manage that, and will they shout? No, none of them actually okay. This is what I'm contributing to the world. That if they take me out of this, that thing will collapse. We are not building anything. So is our billionaires. They are all traders. They are all extractors. Nobody. We don't have anything that we are contributing to the world. We say we get oil. Oil now it's like water. Everybody get that. So it's nothing new. And that is because there's no focus on owning our own. Because you have to own something that is value here before you can value it outside. Now we be open basket, as I always say, with the basket. And it's open, anybody can come and do and go. And we too, we that are Nigerians, we won't do damage. There's somewhere to run to. So what's the point of developing a good bank or a good saving opportunity in my village where I can easily take the money to Switzerland and still easy for me?
Well, it is not safe for the ruling class to bank their money in Nigeria.
Okay, so it's like saying it's like saying it's not safe for you to sleep in your own house.
Yeah, you just have to take it out.
I see. So Nigeria is more of a, if I don't know where would they go? Office is office to a lot of the Nigerians. It's a temporary place.
Anyway. No, anyway.
So nothing. Now we are even left the struggle for, we are leaving it for Christian to fight or Muslim. Every other person is out. And the Christian they are arguing their belief on American weapon, American money and everything.
Well, there's a remote possibility, very remote though. There's a remote possibility that if somebody should rise up to the occasion to take the bull by the horn, to fix the country, he might not face serious opposition within the first few years in office.
We will not do what?
He might not face serious opposition from different parts of the country during his first few years in office.
Why is
Just
it
like
there?
not just like when Tunde Diagba and Buhari took over the government from Shagari's time.
Yeah, because they will be watching. There will be
Yes.
and that's why we need somebody that will come. It just has to be. There's no space for relax. Back. Just the because that's the only way. Because once you relax a little bit, then you are now giving space for the external actor or people that don't want the country to go that way to start planning that. I think that's what you are talking about. Yes, the first few because it will be a shock. I think that's why. Anything that we go there, right, we shock everybody. We shock the system. Some people will run away. Then they will start playing again because I think that's another thing. It's a forever thing. Once we fight to get it, we have to keep fighting to keep it.
Anyway. Yeah.
Oh, the things will change because within the next 4 or 5 years, you will see the world will be in total chaos. Within that time, you will see China go after Taiwan, Russia go after Kiev, that is Ukraine, Israel and Iran will continue. Pakistan, India, say possibly. North Korea and South Korea. We don't even talk about that. North Korea will go after South Korea within the next 5 years, because that's how the Third World War is going to wrap. It's not going to be in one place. For sure, Chinese will go after Taiwan to take Taiwan back. Yeah, Russia will go fully on Ukraine, and European other nation, the coalition of the willing will join suit. Iran and Israel will take another because somebody has to lead the region. North Korea and South Korea, that has been unfinished business for long. So by the time all this fire catch, then maybe we'll see one person that will be brave or group of people that will be brave that way. Because Nigeria, as I said, Nigeria is part of it. And that the Muslim brother will make their final push, something will happen. So the peace never the war never start.
No, so
Because
what I'm also afraid of is this. At the end of First World War, Germany was defeated. German territories scattered Togo, Namibia, Tanganyika, and which other country? Togo, Namibia, Tanganyika, and Cameroon.
no. They were not in charge before first one. You're talking about World War II.
No,
World War II,
World War
World
One.
War I. We don't have all this
No,
autonomy
no,
yet in
they call
Africa.
it mandated territories. When they
Yeah,
formed
it was
when they formed
after.
the United Nations, they turned into trusteeship territories. The seizure took place during World War One. Find out. Anyway,
No, but not for not for
the viewers
German.
at home should please leave a comment if I'm wrong.
Mm.
I
All
think
right.
it is World War One. They seized the territories from Germany, Namibia, Cameroon, Tanganyika. That, despite the fact that Africans participated in fighting the wars, whether on the side of Germany or the other powers, when they were sharing the booties of war, they shared Africans among the what we call victorious powers without compensation. The same thing again happened Second World War. Africans were not compensated for the loss of lives and what we call other things. This Third World War we are participating, if it comes, what I'm suspecting very strongly is that they are going to redraw the map of Africa.
That's why I say Nigeria is part of it. Nigeria will either go separate ways or we are. So,
No. The victorious powers, they will
yeah,
just tell you that henceforth, Senegal, Gambia, Guinea-Bissau, Guinea-Conakry, they are now one country. Capital Dakar. Ghana, Togo, Nigeria, the capital is Kumasi. So something like that. They are going to redraw the map of Africa. They will
yeah,
call us
this is what I'm saying now. So the Nigerian one is either way they merge us with other one or they divide us.
I don't foresee division. It's going to be merger.
So either way, it will happen.
It's going to be merger. If they feel that for example, I'm just having an example. If they feel like a section of the country is more of a problem, it's a problem to the unity of the country, they can just call Cameroon and join it to Nigeria. Call Togo, join it to Nigeria. You get what I mean?
Yeah,
Or part
because
of
because a lot of things because there are things that people don't know. The ES countries they are under the protection of United States currently. The Ivory Coast, the Mali, they are under the protection of the United States. So that's the way I'm seeing it. We at the end of the day, maybe it's only United States, China, Russia that would be the that would be the hegemon. I don't think
the key
France.
players.
Yeah, they will be the key players in the continent. I think France is out for good. I don't think they are fighting right now to remain, but I don't think they will have a major. There will be a major player. But I see Russia, the US, even Britain. Britain will fade out eventually. Their power, but
They've already faded.
so then China will come in fully. The Arab. It depends on what is because what is happening right now. The Arab nation will either grow stronger or they will destroy them totally. That's their fate because the 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 the, the region that will experience a lot of changes, Europe and the Middle East. They are going to go through a lot of changes. Europe will
Africa,
not remain one entity.
there will be a lot of changes in Africa because
No, it's just
surprisingly,
going to be change of ownership.
no, surprisingly, the Western powers in particular, they've been mining minerals in Africa since God knows when. The minerals, from the look of it, they are inexhaustible. So, and
Yes.
because of the value of the inexhaustible minerals, they will focus more on African countries because
Yeah, that's why I said.
whatever plan they are planning, whatever they are planning, they will have their future in mind.
Yeah,
100, 200
that's why I
years.
said these
Where
three
are we going
power
to
ways.
get, where shall we get rare earth minerals in 200 years time? These are the things they are planning.
Yeah, they're already implementing it. That's why I said the European nations will lose that because of the coming of China. Because Europe is not good. Europe is gone. There's nothing like Europe anymore. It's going to be everyone will have to answer a papa name, and not everybody has the military capacity to win exercise their power outside their country. Now only few countries. Now only German will come late, but every other country they don't have what it takes to come and exercise their power. Russia will not allow them, and China will not allow them. So all their loss is going to be China gain. That's what I see. Then they will now route the boundaries if they so choose on the map.
They will redraw the boundaries of Africa. There's no doubt about that. No one should dispute that fact. The boundaries will
It's
be
happening
redrawn.
already. It's happening already. We what it's not funny, but anytime I just look at it, it's funny to me because the fact that maybe that's it for the whole Africa, but particularly in Nigeria, they are just bent on power. The fact that the world is changed, everything that we know today will change. They don't care. They just, it's as if they don't even know what is happening. That's the one thing that is still baffling me. All the debate, all the noise, nobody is talking about the change that is responsible for the noise. But we just they say, president, this one go president. This one, like, because just like we will look back to a late 1800s, early 1900, where they invaded Benin, they accused those people then that where then they were, they discovered gunpowder, they produce gun. So the same way the future generation will ask us, where are we when they develop AI and robotic and bio, because they are happening right now in our generation, they invent all these things. But we're just talking about who won win. So they will ask, they will look back to today, they will say, God, those useless people, where the day when they are made, they develop AI, develop. But it's the same thing that is happening. When the gun revolution, powder revolution, they discover that I don't know what thing they argue for in Africa where they can conquer us. But it's the same mistake. Same thing. Because the next technology now, it's going to dominate space.
Yeah, in space.
So we go dey look, we go see drone, we go dey we don't know what to do. That's exactly how they came with their machine gun, with their double barrel, with their ship. That's exactly.
And I'm also
All this thing,
foreseeing,
yeah.
I'm foreseeing the possibility of the West in particular establishing a home in space.
Yes, that's what is going. Of course, they don't dominate. There are about 7 or 8 countries already.
You know what I mean? They will find a habitable location in space.
They are
But they,
building data center. They're already habitating it. They are going to build their data center. They are
not
building a
data
lot of
now.
things in
No,
space.
what I mean, relocating people
Yes,
from Earth to space.
yes. That's
Like,
what the
for
Bezos.
example, like in the United States, they will say every year we are relocating 500,000 people to
That
space.
has is they don't start already now. Is they start with in terms of adventure or discovery. If you want to go to space, there's amount of money you pay to go. Yeah, they do them already. The Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos space work. That's what they are up to. It's commercial now. That the people they go. So in the next couple of years, maybe 10 years, what you just said will happen. They will relocate 10,000 people who are willing to live there. They are doing it. That's why about 7 to 8 countries right now who are struggling for space colonization. So space now they take it on moon. So space them now it's just like when they discover North America, Africa, where the name of expedition. That's exactly
Yes.
what is going on in space at the moment. And people they go space, stay there for months, years before they come down. So and it's happening in our time, our generation. This is not being carried on by that. No, they have been those engineers. They have been engineering the whole system as we speak. My mates, the millennial generation and above, those are their adventure. So 50 years from now, our great grandchildren, that the question where they go they ask, what will they do when the likes of Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg, all these names, where would they call today? Where will they? We'll say will they fight for PDP and APC? So it's wait, now just a watch, Mr. James. At this point, we are in a very I think we've missed it. We've missed it already. There's no way there's no way we can nothing. Because by the time they finish their fights, wherever it's going to take them, 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 20 years from now, that is when they will now come and say, okay, we will design these people. These people will go there. That's when they will do it. Right now, they see the fight. Because that's what happened. First World War was in the early 1900, 1914 to 20 something years later, Second World War, 1930 to 40. Then the following 2 decades, now then come Africa and begin give us freedom from 60s to 70s. So the same thing now. So this crisis of dissolving the institution around the world, financial started early 2000, 2006, 2007. We are in the second decades of the early this century, and it's obvious that the Third World War will start soon. I mean, don't start already. It will be fully by the 30.
It has started.
Uh-huh.
But people are not seeing it. People are not seeing it.
Yeah. So by the time they fight through, they finish the fight in 30s between 1932 to 1939, wherever I take them. So 40s, 50s, and 60s, it will be to refocus on the African space and the other to redesign them. So we are looking at the demarcation that you are foreseeing to start happening by the late 2030s to early 2040s. That's what's going to happen at the same pattern. So by the time they get to 2060, 2070, they don't the world don't they as they want it. Then they will begin plan how they will change the year 3000 abi. So everything has a when I talk on Dr. Damage, the America has cyclical change. Every 80 years, they will change everything according to how they want it. This is the first time it's happening, but people don't pay. They say, "Oh, America, they are dismantling the structure that they built." And that's what people don't know. People don't want to factor in. This international institution, Americans are the foundation of it because after Second World War, so they are saying that it's no longer serving them. Whether you agree, you don't agree, that doesn't concern them. They are dismantling this to rebuild it again. That's what is happening. So now people we don't know we just did it, they argue with ourselves. They say, "Oh, America know they plan." How do you say people are not planning? Like they say, "Oh, Trump. Forget Trump. Trump na passenger. Time regime go come down. The train keep moving. Keep moving." These things are not, especially all this discovery, all this new invention. These are all product of Pentagon. It no start today. No be in the Elon Musk no invent anything. They were invented by the Americans.
And you know, the funny thing is that there are inventions that are still secret. That has not been revealed.
Like thousands of it. Yes, powerful ones. That's what na top secret for them. Now any country will agree to play their game, they go let them in little. That's their weapon. Oh, everything nothing just happen out of it. No, everything as they plan out. Forget Trump they behave like madman. The other person those people are there to give us impression. The serious people that do the state planning, we know they come on TV, they run their mouth. That's not their business. They are focused. So the change is here. They are starting imagining, just like in the 60s, where they finally shame America to give black people, the same right. The problem they have is that how do we accommodate black people? Because you be all your life before they go office, everybody white, everything white. Now you have to see somebody that you despise now working side by side. How do we? That was the crisis of early 50s and 60s. That the same thing they come. How do we accommodate robots, Mr. James? Your co-teacher will be robots. your workers go be so. How do we live with that? Because we go force us to treat them like equal. You are not going to use those robots as a tool, as your no. That's one thing we don't understand. So people they say, oh, the white people population is they don't care. They already have plans. What did they carry black people can't do before? Robot will do it now. So we set our first to the thing. Now where we know what they useful for the modern economy. So how do we survive? No, they will they will reroute us. So there's a lot of changes that are coming. We are going to have going forward, maybe like just use the school that you work. What if somebody tells you in the next 20 years, all the staff now robots? You go to school, you don't see any human being. That's how companies are going to, just like the way cars, you go to see car, they move, nobody the driver. We are going to see multi-billion companies that are run by agents, no human being. You go already in America, if you go San Francisco, you go see all this fast food restaurant, no human being there inside. Everything they go on slowly. You go buy food, they go serve you, no human being. So how do we live in that kind of world? That's exactly what is causing most of this problem that is going around the world. Because it's here. It's not. If you don't want to use them, other country will use them, and they will supersede you with speed. Now, all these things are what they were going to give us what we use. We don't know how they'll come about, and they were developing our time. So maybe next time now that they send ambassador to Nigeria, Mr. Mike, Mr. Donald, Mr. Next time a robot will be American ambassador to Nigeria. So, what do you do? Because everything is going to be driven by data. They're not going to want you, president of Nigeria, maybe you come London, you are dirty, what you want to do? They send robot to come deal with you. You come there. So, yeah, is the war that is coming, but for some reason, and so when cars start, over 100 years ago, up to today, we see the struggle to buy car, not to buy, and not be to make car. Why some people they don't want to use cars again? They are tired of driving cars. No matter how luxury it be, they want to sit down comfortable and see they can do that. But we see the struggle to buy old car. So when I look at the world around, I'll just shake my head. I can't look at our people waiting with the talk about. I just laugh.
Anyway,
Britain will go to war because of the change. Because they can't just afford to, because all the invention don't pass Europe by. No European country is in AI, is in robotic, is in biotechnology. So China, America. So the Europe, they are out. So them they will be subjected to some countries where they don't want to. And that's where the fight is. We are in trouble. We are in trouble.
Are we in trouble or trouble is in us? Trouble is in us. We are not in trouble.
Some people go they shout. Obi go solve the problem. Tinubu go solve the problem. Like this the problem. Oh, nice.
But what is surprising me is this is what will be. People have so much confidence in the man. But in my own opinion, he cannot discover, he cannot handle the problem.
The people who are invested in him are people who are compromised. What do I mean by that? Because now Obi is a product of media. Who are the people controlling the media? All the educated people that are following, where then they work, they all work with agencies and NGOs. They no get choice. Now direct order. So the exterior that I seen around him, most of them are positioned. They don't get choice. It is organization they work for. Because we should not forget that they used to be called USAID. It no go away. They just change them. USAID, which if you study the works of USAID in Nigeria, you will understand that every aspect of the country is sponsored by them. Nollywood, music industry, banking, you name it. The whole Nigerian sector. So now those people they come out, they support and they don't get choice. Then if you look at the people who are gravitating towards me, because you now see those old politicians, old village crook wey raise up for the system. Those people are not to expose the international community work. Then tell they are corrupt. So everybody get in there. So the Nigerian president is a struggle between external power and internal power. So if you can control the internal power, all you need to do is to go make deal for the external powers. That's it. And 2023, all of them make deal with the external power. That's what they were all in Chatham House. They all want to remove subsidy. They all want to devalue the money. Right? So now, who control the local politics? Now take the day. That's where Bola Tinubu stand apart from them. That's why even when he rig election, they don't care. So they will tell you if you go take care of the local politics. Yeah, if you put pen to paper, you borrow money, you will not go do this, you go do this, no go touch here, you no go here, no go. You're free to go. Once you understand this dichotomy, everything will be clear. So Obi is struggling to appease the local powers. No fit penetrate the power brokers in the north, in the military, But in the south, he's a banker now. So that's already in a money laundering B. So his bank has done a lot of money laundering for big politicians and big people outside. So ability for him to trade those local and trade power, especially in the north, that's where the problem lies. That's where Bola Tinubu have an advantage. Bola Tinubu na Chicago boy. So Nigeria now is a very interesting country, but once you understand that, once you put these two parts, then you break them down. The local power, where they, who they control these states, because we who are still coming up in the system, we look at zones, no states. You need to know who they control. Those states, those entities, they were how many states before? 7. I beat them, motivated to 17, now 30 something. So those local, you will be surprised that the emir of Bichi or the man who run Chibok local government has more power than a so-called big man in London, in Lagos. Mr. James Don, network long, bro. Making mistake.
And we are taking 2 hours. Sir, it was horrible. The director of ceremony said bad. Bad is understatement. There was no road. But one good thing you find out was that you look at a place for agriculture where people will go to farm and make produce, and then they have nowhere to carry it to the market. I told the ADC, look, you have to call the protocol that this car must be changed. And the car was bad. I didn't know why Gilmore did not show the state of the road as at the time this road was awarded. It's only the time you will appreciate what your government have done for the people of Kuje and Wagwalada. So we came to you at the Federal Executive Council in 2025, precisely January, February. And by you presiding, you approve the award of this road to Gilmore Nigeria Limited. And of course, the contractor said, sir, how are you going to fund it? I said, that's not your problem. Your problem is go and do the work. Leave us how we are going to fund it. Somehow, we are very lucky. God being with us, God being by our side. Anything we want to do, we have always succeeded. So don't ask me, I don't know how it will work, but I know that money will come. Where it will come, I do not know. So the contract was awarded to Gilbert. And I asked him, Mr. President will be doing 3 years next year. That is from 2025 to 2026. Is it possible that we can finish this? We say yes. We are going to phase it into 2 phases. Phase 1 of it would be about 7 kilometers. That is, we say dual carriage will mean 14 kilometers. It's okay, let us see. And I can tell you, morning, night, we come here to inspect what they are doing. Of course, when it rains, it's something else. So, and the contractor promised, I'm happy, Mr. President, that today we are here, and this first phase has been completed. And you heard what the coordinator, STD, also promised here, and which I know we are going to do. By December, the second phase would have been completed. What does it mean? People coming from Gwagwalada, you don't need to pass through the airport. Before they pass through the airport and use that bad road to go to Kuje, they have no business again. They say airport, bye-bye, Gwagwalada and Kuje. Our neighbors, they can now visit themselves morning till night.
In Torita local government to fund this attack. Only 3-4 days ago, in the same local government, we lost some personnel of police that went there on rescue mission to send away bandits. So that is a clear picture of what is happening in most parts of the country. I represent Sokoto South Senatorial District. From the onset, Mr. President, let me make it clear that I am in support of this bill, and I am in support of the idea of state police. I have been consistent on this, not only when I was in the House of Reps as Speaker and as Governor of Sokoto State, even while here in the Senate. In a number of interviews I granted, I alluded to the fact that I support state police because I believe that that will also be a major leap into entrenchment of federalism in Nigeria. And Nigeria is a federation. Mr. President, only about 3-4 weeks ago, in my senatorial district, we lost over 80 people in Torita local government to bandits attack. Only 3-4 days ago, in the same local government, we lost some personnel of police that went there on rescue mission to send away bandits. So that is a clear picture of what is happening in most parts of the country. This is needed.
Mr. James, so just think about it. Think about this. This man is senator from Sokoto. Sokoto is the headquarter. Is the headquarter of the Muslim, not just in Nigeria, but in the whole West Africa. And it's also the home of the #1 guy for Catholics, Bishop Coker. These are two individuals that represent the two empires. Right? The Sokoto, the Usman Danfodio is pretty much taking direction from the British Empire. Bishop Coker, a CIA agent, American Empire agent. They all reside. They all sit in Sokoto. They live. They live in the same area. But what I don't understand is now they always be targets of the same terrorists. When do not strike the terrorists, I see the same Sokoto. So what do you think is happening there?
You know, not long ago, I was discussing with somebody. The lady told me that African heads of states, they are all warrant chiefs of the colonial powers.
Yes.
During the colonial rule, Eastern Nigeria, they found it ungovernable because of their traditional political system. So they started appointing warrant chiefs to serve the colonial interest. All the presidents you find in Africa today, from Cape to Cairo, from Dakar to Nairobi, they are all warrant chiefs. So that's what is playing out in Sokoto.
It's interesting.
Every effort, any effort that will ensure that we curb this menace of insecurity in Nigeria is needed. And it's on this note that I support this bill, and I urge my colleagues to support it, and I reinforce the concerns raised by Senator Abaribi. We must have safeguards that will now ensure that there is no abuse on the parts of those who are today in that position that we have left, and those who are coming, even those from amongst us, to those positions of being governors of particular states. I believe that as Senate of this country, we must ensure that we support Mr. President and we support the security agencies in every effort that will establish security in every part of this country. I so support Mr. President. Thank you.
President, distinguished senators, Mametair Monguno, I represent Borno North Senatorial District. Mr. President, as I always say, this bill is res ipsa locutor. It speaks for itself. It's very straightforward, especially against the background of the fact that already in various sub-nationals, we have in existence a pseudo state police, in the sense that, for example, in my state, we have the civilian JTF. When you go to the southwest, we have the Omatekun. So what we are merely doing now is to see that all this pseudo state police that is created across the nooks and crannies of the country metamorphose into state police.
Remember, I told Dr. Dameji this thing that day. Now, these people you see, where they call vigilante, all these people they are recruiting to join forest guard, they will be converted to the state police. Dr. Dameji was arguing with me.
And not only that, these state police, they are what's it called, establishing now. If the country is to break up, they will constitute the military.
Oh yeah.
New republics.
Even when the revolution starts, now them go and then go be the fight.
This is one thing people are not saying. Although I believe that Nigeria is beyond redemption, but that does not mean that I'm clamoring for the breakup of the country, because we'll fare better if we're able to resolve these problems as a country. But are we able to do it? In my opinion, the answer is no. But this is why I believe that the country is beyond redemption. If the country is to break up, these state police will form the nucleus of the militaries in each of the states of the country. Don't be surprised, we have 36 countries coming out of it. They are not mentioning anything about how the police will be armed. What kind of arm will they possess? How will they possess it? Will they import it through the federal government, or the states have a right to import straight from the overseas? So all these issues, maybe they're keeping it secret. I don't know. So that's it.
Or they are still working on those kind of
No, but the bill is already cast in stone.
yeah.
So
Yeah, they have enough time. I mean, this is a conversation that has been in our space for more than 10 years.
and the intention of those fighting for the establishment of for the passing of this police bill, we don't know their ulterior motives. What is running through their mind, we don't know. It's what they tell us in public that we are working with, that we're analyzing. But the things going on, the nitty gritties behind the scene, for now, we have no knowledge of it.
Hopefully, maybe this is the beginning of, as you said it, everybody taking over his territory. Every state get his own soldier, his own police. I think for me, what comes next? What's the next thing that need to be decentralized? The judges, the electoral, the INEC, because all those things need to be decentralized too. You know, for me, I'm looking at on the long run. It will be better, but maybe the roads to that is where everybody is kind of concerned. And it's not going to be everything that everybody is scared of is going to happen. State governor will use them for their own personal purpose. And all those things we cannot avoid. But maybe it will take all those kind of things happening for us to bring out a better document to see how it can work independently. But my own immediate concern is that is this just a state police for name and paper, and the order will still be trickling down from Abuja? Because if you are still giving order from Abuja, there's no point.
They might not give direct orders. They will give indirect orders. This is how I'm saying it. For example, the procurement of weapons to arm the police. Where will, how will they go about it? What kind of weapons are they permitted to hold? In what quantity? Now, the armories where the weapons are kept, will they be subject to federal surveillance, or is the state? These are issues
Yes,
they're not disclosing.
I think they will be route under national the homeland security. The new security apparatus that they were just formed, which pretty much take power away from NSA. They call it Homeland Security. Is a new agency, just like that one of Homeland
America.
Security in America. Yeah. So I think they will be under that control, and which again, we don't know what Tinubu is making changes that maybe because too much noise that we don't know. The next person that will come, by the time the person start now using this new creation to his full advantage, that is when we now say, because that homeland security, the way they configure it now, is a very powerful thing. It's pretty much like both the police will report to them, so everything is a new power that they just created. So I believe the state police will indirectly, I should put it, be taking direction from them.
There's
But
noise. There's noise in my background. I hope I'm not.
well, it's okay. But I know I can hear the somebody talking at the background, but it's
Okay, go
not.
ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, but it's not loud enough to. So there's a lot of changes that has happened. So for me, for the purpose of decentralizing the police, that's why I like the state police. And two, there is another side to Mr. Jane, what you pointed out, that if the governor say have the power to appoint who the state commissioner will be, that's a. But there's a flip side. There will come a time whereby both the commissioner and the governor will be at the opposite side, and that they are from different tribes. different. So once in a while we will get because they are supposed to check power. The governor should not do
Yeah, but
SS.
the issue is if it is the governor that will appoint the state inspector general of police, a licensor has the right to withdraw a license from a licensee.
Yeah.
Good. So if he's the one who's to appoint him, he also has the right to remove him from office.
Yeah, either way, it's a very
I was listening to somebody on television, I can't remember the person. He was suggesting something like a body separate from the three arms of government that will regulate issues of this nature. For example, the union of teachers, union of journalists, the medical profession, the unions. They should, the presidents of the unions to form a super union to be controlling this kind of thing. So to appoint a police boss, that is not the responsibility of the governor.
And I think another thing is money. I think where their source of money should be also be independent. If na state they provide the money, they will have a little bit of power over.
No, like the medical profession in Edo State, union of journalists in Edo State, teachers union in Edo State, they will form a super union. That kind of body and some respectable people who are not politically inclined, that kind of body should control the police. But the governor can starve them of funds. That's one problem. And another problem again is from the state police, assuming the governor is colluding with terrorists. How do we go about it?
I mean, once the number one citizen of the state is in collude, it's over. There's nobody to checkmate him other than the federal. And if it's the friend of the federal, there's nothing anybody can do.
Take Edo State, for example. You know, there's a war on terror, on what's it called, cultists and whatever it is in Edo State right now.
Yeah.
But that war is not extended to the Ogboni society.
No. And again, that's where influence. Yeah, that's where influence comes.
So that Ogboni society, it is likely, I'm not very sure, it's likely they have people in government.
Oh yeah, it's always like that. And I think the cultists in Edo lost their influence right now because they don't have anybody in government, maybe per se.
That is it. So
yeah, because it's not new.
If, for example, there's a powerful society like that in future, different from Ogboni, that has got interests that are countering that of the state, that are interested that are not in line with that of the state, is going to create a problem. If they have good representation, either in the police or in any.
They will surely have. It's just a matter of time. Since now politics with the play, everything is viable and everything is subjected to vote.
The best thing would have been a federal police force, the way it has been operating under the military. But it was during Buhari's time, things actually scattered beyond repairs. If Buhari had not come as president of the republic, maybe the police would have been reasonably intact the way it has been before he's coming to office. He is the cause. Or let's say he intensified these tribal issues rocking the country at the moment. Right now, nobody can blame Bola Tinubu for Yorubanizing the country. Because it happened during Buhari's time. Nobody did anything about it. So why Bola Tinubu's time? And this is the situation.
Yeah. And it's not going to stop. It's a precedent that has been set.
State police is not the answer.
Yeah, I mean, I don't believe in all that. I believe the most secure states are not police states. Because it's due to idleness. let people to cry. If all the infrastructures in the countries are functioning and everybody is up busy, the insecurity will not be like this. I always use my village as an example. When I dey grow up for village, now only here I hear say we get police station. And this is not a big town. And that is because that police station now just one room they rent. There's no everybody is busy now. The schools are functioning well. The two schools we growing up, we are busy. We come back from school, we dey go play ball we have our own field. Everybody is up and doing. But as time goes on, as people begin go school, people who build all those systems when they grow up, in our village, our parents, they go to farm, come, they are in the town, they know what to do. So as we begin to go school, we begin to be educated. We will come back, there's nothing to do. We begin feel too big to go farm that we used to, our parents used to. The things that keep us busy, we begin feel that too educated. I get degree now, I will go farm. So you see, if the village begin to accommodate people who are not young people who are not doing anything. And when my brother proposed to build police station for village, I tell him, I say, I don't think this is what the village need. The schools are down. We're gonna find ways to build those infrastructure back and see if any crime will come. Of course, I don't know if you win that kind of argument. Everybody get the own ulterior motive. They have police station there. As the police station come, now crime increase. Now that they kidnap people, they burgle house. They ask why. That mean for you to say you won't build police station, that means you saw a problem. And you just wait, okay, now police now go solve the problem. No. The population is increasing. The infrastructure that were in place to keep that small population are overstretched. No common sense will say come. This road where they've done the fly 20 years, it don't break down. They need to fix it. No. Now people don't plenty. Don't be police station. We need additional schools. We need bring factory come. They are fighting for their own. So I don't get money now. Make I do that fence around. Make I get police station for that side so that's secure. And like go this secure. So now they don't close school down. People no fit go out, go market as they used to. How they won't do that? There will be another police station. So police no be solution to any of these things that are nice. Nigeria especially, are just idleness. They don't pursue everybody come up for village, for farm. Because that's another side effect of this, all these bandits people are not talking about. Nobody fit farm again. So where are those people?
But the question I keep on asking is, the Fulani socio-cultural organizations, why are they not speaking up?
They are speaking up. See, I think no, what is happening there? They are other state actors are capitalizing on that Fulani to do everything. The Fulani own now just small, but everybody that have interest in the country take advantage of that.
So you mean all these people riding motorcycles, carrying AK-47 all about, they are Edo men? Or
They are okay. What the Fulanis are already in the trenches. They are fighting whatever they believe they are fighting for. So if I be somebody from Edo, I have interest against the state. What thing I'll go do? I'll go recruit the Fulanis with there because they don't get experience already.
That's what I mean. If you are
so people are using them.
What are their leaders doing about it? You see, no, excuse me. Yesterday, or no, some days back, the Oba of Benin invited the youth to his palace and addressed them to be vigilant or something like that. That was a vigilant call, but that's the meaning I read to what he was telling them. To be vigilant of what is going on in the environment. This is a man who is concerned with the security of his local government, at least. The Northerners, they are leaders of thought. What are they doing to sensitize their boys and girls about this issue of terrorism? Because the country where you have about 8 million Fulanis terrorizing, okay, assuming tomorrow we all wake up in Nigeria and say the Fulanis must go. Fulani must go. What do you think will be the outcome?
Yeah, but the people you are expecting them to call them, to order, are also you taking advantage of the system too, taking advantage of them too. Them have war power now. So it's like the Fulani have built a base, have built a military battalion for everybody to come and use them. I'm not absorbing what you pointed out. What are the leaders doing? But I'm saying the leaders too are seeing the benefit of having them around. They are watching the country they go out of. Since the inception of Fourth Republic, their power they drain, the power they subside by the day. By every election cycle, they lose. So then there no be only southern people they use the same techniques that using battery and all that. They are there. They are the immediate beneficiary of this crisis. So let's not forget that. The Fulani elite, as you said, they are what 7% of the population, but their names is being heard everywhere for the past 20 years. How do you think that is possible? So they are the immediate beneficiary. The gods where that they mine for Katsina, if there's no amount of southern youth you go recruit to go the carry out battle for that they will be successful. They will not be successful because you need people that know the terrain. And again, the Fulani get ground like this for Nigeria. It not just start today. People they think about the British people give them the voting power. No, when the explorer first touched ground on Africa, who are the GPS they needed? Now the Fulani, because now the Fulani they work out for bush from time, so they know everywhere. So they were used not just because they get God, no, they were used because they know in and out of the terrain. Because even when they colonized Lagos as their territory, the first people they use to police Lagos are the Hausas, the Hausa Fulanis. Because now they know the now bush then they now. So they were very instrumental to the outside world when coming in because of that singular trait they have. Now waiting give them this upper hand. And if you see look to today, they know our villages. As for me, as an social person, this rock within my back, all those places na farmland. They know that place past me. Because me na only farmer they go to come back. They live there. So when Buhari they cry for Ruga, those are the routes. So there's more that is going on. The Fulani are not all of a sudden not going be the mainstream just because they diverse, they don't take out their land. No. Part is that they know in and out of the country as far as that landscape is concerned. Before we begin get all this development, they don't they work out for that land. So they were the inroad, they paved the way for the Westerners to route. And that was the agreement with them from time.
No, but you see, their leaders of thought, they seem not to know the implications or the likely outcome of what they are doing or what they are condoning.
No, they don't care. They are selfish.
No,
They maintain power.
They should care because, as I was explaining not long ago, I think Obasanjo, if I'm not mistaken, mentioned something like that in the past. If the other parts of the country should give the Fulanis quick notice, leave the country, or else we will force you to leave, what will be the outcome?
But that cannot happen now. You are telling the no, you know why it no go work? Because the not, as I said, now weapon, the northern elites they benefit. If you chase them out, what they will use they fight?
No,
That's their weapon.
Yes. Just like in Burundi, is it Rwanda? When the problem erupted, and they were clearing the cockroaches, as they called them. What happened? It was genocide.
Yes.
Good. Now, it is not the people who are being killed that are committing the genocide. People are committing it against them. Good. Now, if the other parts of the country should say the Fulanis must go, do they have the numerical strength to withstand the expulsion order?
If I harbor person for my house and you say the person must go, and I know allow him to go, what choice do you have? You either kill the two of us.
No, no, look.
Yes.
That, so you mean that there are ethnic groups in the country other than the Fulanis who will
There
say
is
that
no way today in Nigeria you can separate the Fulani from the Hausas. It's not possible. They are related, they don't mix. So again, even if they are not related, now they are saving grace with that. That's what they need to take power when there's need be. You need soldiers. So if you are trying to expunge the Fulanis among them, then you are stripping them of the power, the only power they have.
anyway, I feel sorry for the innocent Fulani people.
That's it. So it is.
I feel very sorry. Just like the Igbos who were killed in the north during the first military coup of 1966.
Yes.
A lot of innocent Igbo men were killed who knew nothing about the coup.
Nothing. That's the
So
danger of war.
I really pity the innocent Fulani men.
And why that the North one still they very critical in the sense that now we are not even talking about the Nigerian Fulanis anymore. You can't differentiate Nigerian Fulani from Cameroonian Fulani, from Ghana Fulani, they are all not the same. And the major problem why that is not possible, because these people see themselves as they are relative. Nobody see themselves. That's what they are. So that's why this idea of there's a boundary between Nigeria, Cameroon, Ghana, and I just talk. There's nothing like that. They are blood relatives. It's like you having a younger brother in the next village, and that next village they under Cameroon, they under Niger. So because if you go the history of that, it's like the people from Katsina, right? The history of them when the invaders come, the emir, the king of those Katsina area, then has to send his family out to Maraba, the place that Buhari take railway to in Nigeria. So the king then had to send the family away so that they will come kill everybody. So that now they be that's their real family. So there's no way that you want to carry out surgical operation in that area. That I don't know how is it, I don't know. I don't know how it's going to happen because today the people of Borno have influence in Nigeria than the Nigerians. Like the way we they complain say the British people or America they can't change our president. That's why the people the rich men in Borno and the northern area they change presidency for Nigeria. That's the kind of influence they have and how close those people are. So it is not that it's not out of ordinary or they don't know why they allow other Fulani from other places just to the flowing to do whatever they are doing. They know what they are doing. People supervise those movements. That's how they because the way if you look at the world, the Muslim, let's even the talking about the small tribe now, the overall anchor are the religion. In Nigeria today, they don't get power apart from this pocket of insecurity and the numbers. They don't have power to actually dominate Nigeria. They don't have the money. They don't have the knowledge, know-how. Nobody say all of them, but when you want to compare by ratio, they will lose out. So you need something to keep you to give you that power. So that's why this insecurity, because everything blow out because of democracy. All these things started to be gone out of control from 1999. But at that moment, that was the first time they faced that's the essential threat of not holding power any longer as they want to. Because the military era favored them. So Obasanjo coming in at the dawn of democracy, they now finally discover that even their own territory, just a cry, just a pen and paper for Abuja will dismantle them. What happened? They felt threatened and they embarked on making sure that their own territory is captured under a different law, the Sharia law. Because people know we they rush the tales because of headlines. But if you sit down, that was the problem that faced Obasanjo regime. They need their power. They just see that the power is gone. They slip out of their hand. Somebody if you just stand off Abuja in the name of minister of this, minister of that, and give an order, it will affect their own community. That power, the power to control their immediate environment is pretty much they elude them. So they had to. Hence the Sharia law. So the problem is deep. The problem is deep. So now another thing we're going to need to think again, Mr. James. Let's say Bola Tinubu continue for the next 8 years. When they come up for power, what next? The tension no go stop. Now the battle will shift to who no get power 2032. So right now, things a little bit down because now the East, now then they are the receiving end, and they are doing everything to make sure they don't stay there forever. Now be all this tension. So if you don't give them power after Tinubu, do we think the tension in the southeast, south side, it go subside? It's not. So we are caught in between one small problem. That's the power at the center. During the early era, you talk about the Awolowos and all that, they don't have that problem. Even though that was the beginning, they don't see the trade they come. The power of the center. It's a good thing, it's a bad, it's a good thing if we feel reason as I don't know what it will make the North. When I mean the North, the northern elite, the southern elite, what it will make them reason together. And something has to be as essential. Something else there. I don't know what that would be. Because right now, this rotation agreement, they kind of once they find way to bring Igbo man, give up presidency, it don't finish. That the rotation will continue. Because what they are fighting for now is it would be an insult for the presidency to go back to the North after I come up for Tinubu. Nobody no one talk about that yet. That means 50 years after independence, you are still punishing them. 60 years after independence, you are still punishing them. When Civil War happened for America, they no agree. They don't agree. When the South lost the Civil War, the North occupy every part of the South with military. They had to fight again to remove them, but they give them power over the black people. That's where the Jim Crow started. So I am seeing the same pattern. This is a deliberate attempt to keep the Biafran out of power. Either they deserve them or not, that's a different conversation because they went to war. If you know say you know if you fight, don't start. Because if you lose, I don't know what will happen to you. So that question is still there. Everybody they use Agbara reflex. So the Fulani equate, and I see this idea of Hausa people they form group. Now lie, because the Kanuri people, the Borono, the Kanuri Empire people, they have a saying. They say Iyande gede gede amababan kakande chilo. He said our parents, immediate mother, might be different. In fact, they are different. But our grandmother are one. So if you separate the Fulanis from the Hausas are not going to be better off with the power equation. Because they see how to struggle. So there is a reason the narrative of Hausa Fulanis take. Because that is only way collectively they exercise majority. So everything we are in a maybe different generation will come. They will force the conversation of our amalgamation, the agreement they had in 1914, the agreement they had in 1960, the Biafra Civil War. That has to be opened up, and we will convert over and then find a way. But in as far these things are still very close, classified, information. Nobody know why the Civil War was fight. Nobody know the agreement the indigenous people of Nigeria had with the British people in 1914. Nobody know the agreement they had in the 1950 leading to this independence. We don't know. They know, but the general popular Nigeria don't know. So, and maybe we'll have a generation that will come. They will put all those things on the table and have an honest conversation and look for the way forward. Or we will begin to at the mercy of the world empire. They will begin to chair us as they want, as you clearly said. Maybe after this turbulence era, they will come join us, the whole big West Africa, or they will cut us. Whichever that will be easier for them to manage. That's what they are going to do.
Anyway,
And on this Rwanda of a case, I see they suspend the Rwanda because if you look at it now, minority they power. They were forced. The majority were forced to give up. They were to give up power. The question is that how long can the majority hold on to that power? By the time the Western people that are using that place, because Rwanda is Rwanda today because of Congo. That's why Rwanda was forced to agree on this agreement and they live peaceful the way they are living because now them be the revolving valve of Congo. They set up M36 and M23 to the fight. That's where the Western world operates from. So but they say all of a sudden the Congo people overcome this their conundrum, they find peace, they come together. What do you think is going to happen to Rwanda? The majority go say enough is enough. That time maybe the American and the British people that set up that place, but they've had enough. They don't go. They don't face another place. So for me. I just say that manage settlement. Now be Rwanda.
we still have a very long way to go.
Oh yes, we're far from it.
Because if countries like, let's say, South Africa, Congo, Nigeria, and maybe Ghana were able to reach a consensus on a number of issues,
That's the way out.
it would have been a very good way out. Because what has just happened in South Africa right now, they've lost their grip on Africa. They've lost their little grip on Africa. This was an opportunity that fate just handed over to them, not that they worked for it as such. Because they fought the white man, and they defeated, battered the infrastructures the white man left. They inherited it, infrastructures which they did not build.
Yeah.
Instead of them to use the infrastructures for the benefit of even their own people, they are busy stealing money. This is the outcome. But the problem there right now is caused by the inability of the government to deliver goods and services. That is the root cause. And it's caused by corruption. So, in Nigeria too, the problem is corruption. In Ghana, the problem is also corruption. And the level of corruption is just unimaginable. So,
And you know why? Because they were easy to corrupt because they still like they are still poor mentally. They like things. They like new cars, women, houses. That's why they are easily compromised. Everybody won't go to school for London, America. Once you they are not forcing you now. They will just entice you. Once you fall into their orbit, it's over. They don't catch you with that. That's what our leaders are still fighting to escape. I don't know by now I will say now fight because they enjoy 'em.
anyway, A lot of things are happening.
Yeah.
If somebody had predicted during the First Republic, even the Second Republic, First Republic, the military era after the First Republic, somebody had predicted that Nigeria would be like this, I think I would have doubted it. Seriously. We never saw it coming at all. That there will be non-state actors in Nigeria, that government agents will be conniving with non-state actors against the state. Nobody ever saw it coming at all. Nobody. And that's the situation we are into. The country might break up. Might. I'm not saying it will. It might break up because I don't know what the end will be.
We too like life, so they entice us with good things and we fall. Because if you look at all our leaders now,
Thanks, Fred. Please stay on the line.
they don't all of them, none of them they live for Nigeria. All of them. They all their children, they all have dual citizenship
It
passport.
has been like that. It has been like that since the First Republic. When the Civil War broke out, Akano Ibiam was not in Nigeria, Zip was not in Nigeria, Mbadiwe was
I'm
not in
sorry,
Nigeria,
this person is not
Denis
available.
Osofo was not in Nigeria. All the prominent Igbo men, very few of them, like, what's his name? Chino Achebe, Ojukwu, and one or two others were in Nigeria. All the others were outside the country. It is still the same trend that is continuing. While they were outside the country, the same thing was also happening in Midwest and West and other parts of the country. Their children were not in the country. So it's not because the Igbos were at war, that's why they were not in the country. That was the trend all over the country at that time. And that trend has continued up till now. I cannot hear you.
Yeah, I say I'm not surprised because even the constitutional assemblies were held in London, 1954, I think. So we are enjoying what we bargained for. I've always said it. We are a bargain settlement. We will not be independent. So we cannot. That's why we are finding it difficult to even govern the space as we want, because we are not the right owner. We haven't earned it yet. It's either we buy our way out or we fight our way out. We never do it. Until we do that, we are going to be we are a replica image of America, of the West. Let me not use America. We are if you come to southern Nigeria, we are in the West. Or you man come Nigeria, no go lost. You will not be lost in language,
It will be at
lifestyle.
home.
So and we are trying to be like them. So and I the way the country is now, I don't think we are losing any sense of direction. That is how we're supposed to be. That's so they build up. It is when the builders are complaining, now they see action on ground. Maybe the North they are trying to push America out of the new arrangement. They are bringing a new customer in. And they react forcefully. So we live in a modern world. We are lucky that we see we see they even see our leaders. If we get to a point whereby everything they go dey administer Nigeria from abroad, when I mean administer, literally, because everything will be on gadgets.
No, that is what is happening. No, that is what is happening right now. Are you getting me?
Yeah.
Because look, there are 200 or so. That's what we are told. American troops in Nigeria. What are they doing? Are you getting me? That is part of the external control that is in progress. There is no major decision the country will take today without informing one or two Western powers. Even if we are able to get to an extent, they will even inform China. So they want to take some policies, implement some policies that will affect the Chinese interests. The government official might find it necessary, if possible, through the back door or whatever means, to inform somebody in China that this is what, you know. So this is why my friend I was discussing with referred to them as warrant chiefs. All African heads of states are warrant chiefs. That's it. So, it's nothing new.
So our leaders are just fighting to position themselves before the new order comes. Before the new order, they give them the new order.
Well, when the new order comes, I'm sure it's coming in a new way. Because this idea of using local people to do things, they want to do.
No, that's what I'm saying. Everything will be everything will be is going to be done by technology. You know, the first time they came directly with guns, the other people around the warrant chiefs and co. Now they left. They now appointed people where they train criminally, academically, everything to manage things. What they are working on is they don't even want to do with us, all these local managers again. They want to administer straight. Now, what I'm saying, if they have office, let's say the pretty much all the banking institutions don't become their own in Nigeria. And you can lock up your bank, your physical environment from your phone. If you lock your house, cameras and everything. So if you as a banker, you wake up in the morning, you go office, you couldn't get into your office, you never finish. Who you want to go fight? You want to go fight police commissioner? You want to go fight your governor? No, the operator is in somewhere in Beijing, somewhere in Switzerland, somewhere in Washington. They control their factories. That's how the future factory are going to be manned by one person and a dog. Factory that consists of 200, 300 people working will only be a man and a dog. Every other thing, automatic machine. The man is there to feed the dog. The dog is there to make sure the man don't touch any machine. That's the future of our workforce. Who you want to go beat? Who you want to go call and say they'll say, so he appointed Fulani man to be there, no appointed me. Good luck. We are getting there. It might not come within the next 50 years, but that's exactly what they are engineering. That's what they're engineering. They don't need to deal with you anymore. They don't need to fight the waste bullet to make sure say they are the person where they want elected. That's too much waste of resources, waste of time. This is evolution, though. I'm not going to. If you look back, all you need to do look back. You will know how the future is going to be because we are not doing anything to alter it. Instead, we are working every day to hate the transition. We are not nobody there, not our leader. They say, come. How do we stop this? People just come and the order us around. That's what China did. That's what they are doing. China are not taking over the world. They don't have what it takes to take over the world, but they have what it takes to say, come, no come our house again. It doesn't matter who you be. If you like be America, carry nuclear weapon for head. Don't step this line. This is our territory. It took them time to get there. So That's what they are. That's what they are doing now. They don't secure their house. They have the weapon, not to go fight outside. Though. They have the weapon to defend themselves from anybody. From anybody, because they understand what they went through. The 100 years of humiliation was a thing, was real. This is exactly what we experience, their experience. But they have learned their lesson. It will never happen again. It no fit happen. So if you live, if you no build your own, everybody go use you play. That's only China. That America cannot come. You can come and dance around our neighborhood. But maybe that one is just a matter of time. We will stop you from coming here to dance too. Because that's what America did that made the world today. America secured their territory, secured their neighborhood, and they carried their madness from out for them. And they succeeded. So it's a process, not transition. As you are transiting, they will come meet us, all these people, they never see arrange themselves. Okay, we need to arrange them with our new technology. But after all, now market, because that's another thing we don't. Nigeria is a market. 200 million people. If now only 50 million people you they fit sell a recharge card to, that's good. If now only 50 million people they use Elon Musk's Starlink, it's good for America. If now only 50 million people they speak English, that's it. So the goal is not to convert everybody, but you have to project that kind of power to get something. All our highest paying companies in Nigeria are foreigner. The Chevron, the Shell, the banking, all are all foreign owned. Dangote say don't come up for a traditional business, don't go enter our company. That's not 100% is. So there's no deliberate attempt to be independent. That's why even the waiting we get past, now all year we get past, oh, is abundantly to us, but still we no fear for that. So it's we are not there. We are not. Tinubu is worried about, more concerned about waiting America or you Britain talk. That's all. Nobody cares about. Even them wiki, all his workers. now we can go take retire, go stay for one village from North Virginia, North Carolina. That's what they are working for. Not be how to go back to their village home to stay because they don't fit. It's not habitable. So the revolution, that na attempt to dilute Nigeria energy. That's the job of Showore. Just go and lord over the young people who has in them. Because the only thing young people know now how to destroy. They don't need to learn how it comes naturally. So how do you make sure you contain those energy? Appoint them a leader. If they are growing too much, the population of young people in Nigeria don't too grow beyond Showore control. Bring Obi, they share out. Now VDM. So they're all just instrument to keep everybody busy away from the real issue.
This man they call PDM. Who is he? Actually, I don't know anything about. He a musician.
But Mr. James, I swear to God, those are the same question that they asked myself a couple of months ago. No,
Is
it's
he a
not money.
musician?
Just regular guy on the street with them build that muscle. It's a state property. He's nothing. He's not a musician. Not he has no. They just the internet lords just build them up. Empire will follow us. That's it. So it's not the street lord to keep the Nigerian energy.
As of 2023, I didn't hear anything
too.
about him.
So instead of the Nigerian youth to say, we are destroying this system, disband this, and no, they are following VDM. And VDM will say, he is not a politician. I'm not a politician. No. Don't come and say Tinubu must go. I am not after Tinubu must go. Banditry must go. So you see the mindset, the logic there, Mr. James. These young Nigerian millions of people that follow me, I don't want to hear from you say, Bola Tinubu must go. I am not a politician. Banditry must go. So they are softening the Nigerian young energy towards the government. They are diluting it. If you go to Washington, go to shout, revolution. Okay, what does that mean? If now Obi where you won't go to, Obi go say we are now the job is to save democracy. We want to save democracy. But people could not just see. People know they see all these things that these are handwork of the states. So by the time they rig the election, you will see VDM will come out. Say, let's wait. Let's exercise patience. Let's wait for the judge. Let's wait for the electoral the judges to answer the same thing will be doing. If revolution
The election
won't come now from north.
The election might not take place.
If that is going to happen, it's going to come from the north. North, they have weakness and problem. They only hear one word go. Some crazy leader will come out from the north and he go tell them go. And they will go. But in terms of the south, nah, we are too educated. We are too educated, they don't share us. So there's no that coordination, no cohesion for a single purpose anymore. Because leading to 2023, Showore was arrested. So that's why they now see that energy see there. Obi was brought into the equation. Then every Nigerian you follow Obi. Now they don't feel say yeah, the Nigerian young people, the for sure is growing beyond Obi control. VDM. So yeah, all these new people where they control, they are always a step ahead. Why everybody? That's why I talk anybody that come out to say I want to be your president is gone. That's not for us. Now people would decide who should lead them, not the other way around.
Anyway, what would they know?
Mr. President, distinguished senators, we are doing so against the background of the avalanche of security problem that we have across the nooks and crannies of the country. We have Boko Haram in the northeast, banditry in the north central, and the federal police architecture cannot effectively contain these problems that we have across the nooks and crannies of the country. Yes, sir.
I want to assure you that I always look at the mood of the Senate.
Mr. James, you see what they happen? Okay. Where I say those things always be the experimental ground. Now Edo State they used to use social media mobilize 2024, but they no succeed. Now, if you look at Edo State as we speak, that is the headquarters of obedience. Is now gradually becoming the headquarters of the Showore movement, because all the top 6 national youth voice, but 6 of them are from Edo State. How is that happening? The guy who is correct, VDM is an Edo guy. Yes.
It's a Benin man, or?
Yes, I think it's a Benin boy, or Tese. Vicent or Tess or something like that. So he's from Edo State. There's one guy called English Alaji. He's always breaking video of this military terrorist and everything. That one is popular. He's from Mososo, from my place. There's one other Benin guy who is now leading the Showore Church called CG Niger. He's from Edo State. The big platform, Niger Watch. Now Edo people get out. Even Aisha Yusuf is an Edo woman. There's another one, Mama Peace. Now Edo one. There's another one, Zachary. So all the young boys, now Edo people. And these are people that are empowered by the state or by the system. That's why I'm kind of concerned. Let me say, of course, they are talented, they have their voice and all that, but the concentrated of all this decent voice in those states, a problem. Why be say the question I keep asking? Obedient movement that is built around Obi, why be say you no get root from east?
You know, the Eastern political leaders, they hardly see things from each other's perspective. During the Civil War, when Ojukwu declared the republic, I was told that many of them do not want Ojukwu to be the leader because they believe that the Igbos have no king. That was the first time a prominent Igbo man would have come to limelight to become president of an Igbo republic. We don't see things from each other's perspective, from what I've been noticing all along. So for Obi to come and distinguish himself in their midst, don't be surprised. In fact, was it not the governors who were declaring support for Bola Tinubu?
Oh yeah, his own state, Soludo.
Good.
Lead the charge.
Now, he is an Igbo man. I expect the Igbo governors to rally around him because Nigeria is a tribal society. That's what I'm expecting. Not that I'm justifying it. Nigeria is a tribal society. So on the basis of that, we're supposed to rally around the guy to make sure he plays the presidency. But from the look of things, they don't want him to be lord over them because they look down on each other. Let me put it that way.
The competition is too hyper.
So that is how I see it. If it were to be in the West, they would have been able to reach a consensus on the conditions under which they will support him. And they're able to do that behind the scene. You just see that one person is emerging, just like Moshood Abiola's crisis.
They use
before the crisis, they had their misunderstandings among themselves. UPN, NPN, Awolowo, and those kind of talk. But when the election was annulled, even those who voted for UPN, they really don't care about their political differences. They were able to put together to form NADECO. And that NADECO, they were able to recruit some people from Bendel and one or two other parts of the country. But I do not think the Igbos will be able to form an organization like, let me put it this way. If the election is conducted and Obi happen to win, and they annul the results, will they be able to form their own NADECO to place power from the country?
No. Not what is happening now.
Yeah, that is how I'm seeing it too. Though there will be some who are genuinely interested in doing what they can to form that NADECO, but there will be black sheep among them. So this is how I see that.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing to watch because this idea where they come converge. When now Obaseki are blame. That's why I hate Obaseki regime. Obaseki made Edo State like a experimenting ground. Even when COVID-19 started, they made Edo State as headquarters of COVID-19 for Nigeria. And I was like, how? How? Edo no get international airport. So how come? But for some reason, that is their experimental ground. That's the good luck Obaseki government. That's why Obedient has a very strong vote because PDP, Obedient and the upstream of PDP then. So those states give them a competitive ground. Because Anambra did there, you can obviously obedient no go get one up to 5 people where they shout for them. None of the states. But they come. That's another reason making me to support this Opaolo. Because I know their plan. The fact that Edo is no longer under their control has to come and experiment rubbish coming from the west or anywhere. It's not. It's a pain when they want to experiment how they would use internet, how they would use CCTV. They monitor every citizen in the cloud. Obaseti is open ground for them. COVID-19 testing and reporting ground, Obaseki. So, madam, I blame. That opportunity no dey again.
Well, so to them.
Now they are empowering young people to be speaking for a man where is they don't know they don't even want time from a village.
Is instead of standing up, let us just raise our hands. Sit and raise your hand because we are elders. Those in support that you can sit and raise your hand, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 6. Raise your hands. Those in support of clause 6, raise your hands. Or any abstention? Those saying nay? Any nay? Abstention 1, no nay. Clause 9. Clause 9. Content. That this August Assembly now refers to plenary for the chair to report progress. Those in support say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. We revert to plenary for the chair to report progress.
I wonder what the future of this man will be.
You said?
I wonder what the future of this man will be in the country.
Well, Oshomola is taking the fight to him now for the run for the Senate presidency.
Well, Oshomola might not win.
No, it's going to be a tough fight.
I don't think he will win.
I don't know.
This guy has lived way above ballot expectation.
That's a good point.
Yeah, to risk a new man, I mean, why scattering a team, a winning team? That's how I see it. If the team is winning, so what's the point scattering it just for experimental purpose? It's not necessary.
Yeah.
He has lived way above expectation. So it is in Bola Tinubu's interest to retain him.
Yeah, he's in a very good position to come back. All you need to do is to repeat the deal he make. So his future is still not in. He will either come back as a senator or as Senate president.
No, I mean as Senate president, not as senator, as Senate president. That's what I mean.
Oh well, if Tinubu come back, and from what you said, he will come back and finish. After he finish, he will fight to be vice president. Yes, he's in a good position. Vie to be vice president. Yeah, I mean, or we'll be preparing to run for president in 2030, whatever. Age is still there inside, I think. As usually,
There's no hope for the country.
so as usually way, if not.
There's no hope for Nigeria. Well, I just believe the country is beyond redemption. Nobody can redeem Nigeria.
Nah, not the way it is. Because all these people, we are going to see them for another, unless with the country unravel. If not, these are our next leaders for another 10, 15 years. ah, it's funny. Yeah, the guy he has no choice than to perform that way because he's coming back to the Senate was crooked.
Yeah.
And Atiku too gave them a fight. Atiku was nominated somebody that was giving them go for a Yerima, and the man was in charge of Castina, who has made a lot of money from gold. So they had no choice than to empower Akpabio, because if not, they would have lost it to the other side. Just like Buhari, the first Buhari time lost the Senate presidency to PDP to Saraki. The first 4 years was kind of a tug of war between them. So they had to do everything to make sure he no come back. So this one, you clearly stated out that he's doing well for Tinubu. So and it only makes sense that to return around and to try to reshuffle another character. But Oshomole no one give up.
Otumala should look for other things to do. He cannot win the fight.
No, this is the only way. This is the next level for him. Then the presidency. He has to cross this Rubicon first. He can't go from where he is now to want to run for president. Doesn't have the money. So if Senate president, that will crown. That is like him being the president of Nigeria. Oshomole.
What about the vice president, Shetima?
That one, I'm not 100% sure that I will come back home.
Yeah, certainly, even if he comes back, no, he cannot be the next vice president.
Yeah, I don't see him coming back on that Tinubu because
There seem to be some certain things are going on between him and
the guy is. I think he's one of the most useless vice presidents. Why
no,
don't see?
it's not useless. They curtailed his.
Yeah, that's what I mean. They just pretty much make him ceremonial, make it just the attend ceremony.
Yeah, just like
make speech.
during the military era, you remember Obito Kiwe.
Oh no, I never heard that name.
Obito Kiwe was a vice president to Babangida.
Yeah. Oh, okay. That's no wonder I don't hear the name.
When he resigned, then Augustus Akomo took over from him.
Okay, the man from Fuga.
Yes. So, not that they are not capable. They are capable.
They just make the office useless.
Yeah, they contain they drag them seriously.
Yeah.
And the most
the vice presidency now because in contrary to what people are saying, the president don't appoint his vice president. Now interests, other interests that contributed to the victory or the party. So and if you know they close in any way or the other, you are bound to shovel it off. If not, you can mastermind your own downfall. So that's why they keep their distance, especially somebody that are not friendly with politically. So they nearly the man from the word go to that Shetima. They put am for where they just said I make it go they attend the birthday ceremony,
So,
burial ceremony.
as you were saying, he refused to occupy the house they built for him.
Yeah, he refused to go. He said he was bugged. And him too is making a claim that the clothes, the agbada that he sold for Tunubu to wear, Tunubu refused to wear them because they felt that the agbada was also bugged. They don't trust themselves. So the man no gree enter his house, the house that they use 10 billion abi to renovate where everybody dey make noise. So there is and again that one reason why I believe it's not going to come. Another reason is the pressure that the Christian angle, which is pretty much behind Obi presidency, are taking to the Bola Tinubu administration is heavy. Those, especially those lobbyists in America, where they way successfully, reshape the conversation of Babangida to Christian genocide. Those people are strong. So I think Tinubu will be forced to bring another somebody from the southwest, the northwest, a Muslim, and that's why my mind go towards Ponkoso. Is the only person that I know that can bring that crowd to Tinubu to win.
No, why you,
Oh.
no, you guys always talk about crowd to win, crowd to. The election will be criminally
Well,
rigged.
but for the optics, I should put it.
No,
For the optics.
It's just like 2023 election.
I agree with you.
People always say that Obi won 6 million votes. It is not true. Maybe he got
Yes.
20 million. Maybe he got 15 million. Maybe he got 3 million. He was allocated 6 million votes.
That's why I said for the optics,
should
for
not
the sake
use
of conversation.
We should not use that allocation for analysis. This is
Yeah, but
all over the country. Whenever they are analyzing that election result, they always quote those figures.
But Mr. James, those things are not going to change. Come 2027, they will still give figures.
That is
So
it.
so it's not that when we start saying it, they will change. It's not going to change. So it's just for the whole presidential, the whole electoral, it's all festival. It's all for money making and all. So I don't really believe presidents emerge by election. They are selected, but those things have to be done for the people, because just like before now during the reigns of the kings, right? King now by blood, now by appointment. So in order for us to discredit the kingship and usher in a representative democracy, they have to create a facade to say that the people are actually involved in the making of the leader, the process of making of the leader. That's why they create the election. It's still the same few people will sit down and say, I think this person we can manage this person. This person can be managed. Then they throw him out to the public. So that's how the system operates. I'm not quoting those figures to glorify it. It's just for the sake of conversation.
The 2027 election has been rigged. So
yeah, that's what happened in Ekiti.
I will be alarmed. I will be alarmed if Bola Tinubu lose the election. I'll be alarmed.
Yes. So you see you see it in Ekiti already. You see any complaint? They do the same mago they did. Everybody just go along. It's credible. They don't fit do. They cannot. There's no way they will allow free and fair election. How? There's no way. If they want to allow free and fair election, Mr. James, if you start that election, you go win. So there's no way. Even in America, Mr. James, it's like say then when your papa give you power before he die, and you won't come say because you are a nice person, make them do election, make them you want to supervise the process that will take the power away from you. Not lie. If you try your brother will kill you. And your brother they will kill you, not be ordinary citizen. You want Bola Tinubu allow free and fair election because they will kill him. benefits. It's just too much involved. That's why when good luck come out say he's not going to contest the election result because my ambitions does not want the bloods of Nigeria. I'm like, who can fool be this man? Do you know how many people die before you become president in the first place? A lot of people sacrificed their life. They were murdered, killed, leading to you becoming the vice president. Then you gonna come no, that guy he was stupid. He was if for do waiting to remove they do now, Nigeria will not take a different course. Give power. Ha. I lie you.
Anyway, let's see if the country will not break up. That's just a little. Because from the way we are going, the country is on the way to collapse.
If to say another thing that if to say they know the opposition come together, stay together, I'll say okay. I will now say I will now find out there's an higher power that is making it just like the APC come take good luck out. Not a higher power now. That's a well coordinated election run from Washington DC. The Secretary of State to Obama they come Lagos. I say Lagos now, one state for America, to make sure the good luck no come back. So that then, but now when they just leave them, they scatter and say okay, the power don't shift to go to Nubu side. This is issue. Now, Obasanjo is still the number one CIA agent in Africa. I ain't the behind the big candidate. Is the man they appoint to supervise Obi presidency. I ain't the those are his own, even the proposal Donald Duke, all those people are his political children. I ain't empowered them.
I don't think Obi is in a position to win the election.
No.
The force is working against him and monumental.
Yes. And it's obvious this way because of the man in power. 2023, it wasn't obvious because Buhari still won't play neutral. Not that they want to hold a free and fair election. No. His body movement shows that okay, let me pretend that I am neutral. That was the posture of Buhari. But this time around, that is because he's not running. This time around, Tinubu they run now. He doesn't need to. He has to go straight. So that's why you see, and they see headline that even the NDC has been dissolved. Yeah. So that's another interesting.
I don't even know much about that party. And who is that?
No, it's a new the NDC Obi now. That's the party of Obi. It's a new party that was put together by Good Luck, and that is the NDC was put together because of Ishekiri people, Ishekiri nation. They believe they have the number to work, to have a say at the federal level. They are too big of a population to be mistreated like the way they treated Goodluck Jonathan. That's their own feeling. So they founded that party to have a platform at the federal level.
Are you saying that it has been dissolved?
Well, yes, that's now they go that
the time for,
I said that
INEC
Obi will not deputize. Konkoso will not deputize Obi. That more will see the thing, more will see they go on. That things are still going to happen. So these are all part of the shenanigan. From what I'm seeing now, and more let's listen to it. INEC don't disregister the party again. So
I'm just even supposed to actually do something right now, and I just saw this breaking news that the court cancels NDC registration. That's let me read what Daily Post has out here. The court overturns judgment recognizing NDC as political party. You all remember that NDC was recognized as a political party. Initially, INEC, they finished the last year, INEC did not recognize and they went to court. because I think INEC said that their logo looked like a APC broom, which is actually doesn't. It is two fingers, up in the air, and then the broom. Of course, we all know what the broom is. The broom is, different. And then they said that, at the end of the day, when that court did that, but the thing was that the time for INEC did not appeal that, and the time had lapsed. But it was based on court. I don't know why I don't find this news. I don't find it like, oh, I'm shocked, or it was not expected, or this thing. Because, like I always say, when you're dealing with evil, right, you have to think evil, but you also have to have the discipline not to do evil. That's what you have, mostly. And you know very well that you're working with an illegitimate government that is as evil can be. And they don't think about anything. There's nothing like, there's no shame. There's no shame. There's no integrity, there's no empathy, there's no humanity. When all of those things are together, none of those things is there. You know very well that the person can do anything, anyhow that the person wants to do it, right? They don't care, they don't have anything of maybe they will say, didn't they say this one is too much? They don't have that, so they can go all out. So that's one thing. So for me, it's not shocking. It's like almost, okay, you're going to do this, but the crazy part of it all is that what do we do as citizens? What do we do seeing all of this going on? But let me go ahead, and just read the report. It says a federal high court in Lokoja has set aside its earlier judgment.
I can't hear you.
My issue with all these activists and wannabes, they always fond of asking questions. Waiting the people do. What do we do now? The question should be what is our plan? What have we put in place? Una know say this election will be rigged. What are you guys putting in place to checkmate it? They're not good one. When the thing don't come that day, they say, oh, they rig the election. You don't know say they go rig am before. Mr. James live in Gambia. He never witnessed a general election for how many years? He will tell you that the election is going to rig and it will be right. So now when they take part year in year and will not find a way to say, okay, this year election, even though they go rig and they will find it difficult. Yeah, I ask him, what do people do now? Useless sort of people. They will call the harass innocent people, insult them for not going their way.
Directing the Independent National Electoral Commission to register the Nigeria Democratic Congress (NDC) as a political party. Justice Issa Dashen ruled on Friday that the earlier judgment affected the rights of the Peace Movement Party (PMP), which was not included in the case, despite claiming ownership of the logo used by the NDC. Lawyer to the Peace Movement Party, C.S. Ekiocha, said the party approached the court after discovering that the NDC's registration was based on a logo it had earlier submitted to INEC before the case began. According to him, the court has ordered all parties to return to the positions they occupied before the judgment of December 10, 2025, and directed the claimants to join all necessary parties to ensure the issues in dispute are effectually and completely determined. This is not bullshit, honestly. Sorry for my language. At the same time, I'm not sorry. This is absolute nonsense. Yesterday I was at an event where someone said the problem of Nigeria is judiciary, and that's
now today you know say na judiciary
the judiciary has become the plaything of corrupt politicians, and they use it anyhow, and whatever way that they want to use it. Ekocha said the ruling means all action taken by INEC based on the earlier judgment has been reversed. He said the recognition of the Nigerian Democratic Congress, the issuance of a certificate of registration, its inclusion in INEC records, and any appearance on ballot papers arising from that judgment must be withdrawn pending the final determination of the substantive suit. He stressed that the main case is still before the court. The matter has not been concluded. The court merely set aside its previous judgment and directed that the party whose interests were affected be joined can be heard before a fresh decision is reached. The ruling means the dispute over the registration of the NDC will return to the Federal High Court for a fresh hearing where all relevant parties are participating. You know, this, like I said, this is just bullshit. This is just crap. This is just nonsense.
Exhausted.
And this is just the judiciary putting its hands in the face, in the eyes of Nigerians. And it depends on what Nigerians want to do about that. So what does that even mean? So when this
election
is done,
election finish 2023,
they've put aside their last judgment, which was the reason why NDC was registered.
When election end in 2023, they spend the next 3 to 6 months, they shout up and down, he is not my president, he is not my president. They spend the whole year. Instead of you guys to go back to drawing board, say, come, okay, this election, they rig up. What do we do next? And start working. No, they were galvalanting. They went to Chicago, go find certificate. Come back to Abuja, go find judiciary. And then they lost. They say, oh, yeah, he's not our president. From he's not our president to protest, bad government. They are just distracting themselves from foolish excuse or the other. 3 years. Now they don't come back to the same spot. This where they stopped last 2023. They are back there. They are not acting as if everything that is happening to them is new.
Yeah, the
issue
is that they are not different from Bola Tinubu. If Bola Tinubu were to be in their shoes, that's exactly what he will also do.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they're just the same. This is why they're finding it easy to cross carpet. Don't be surprised after 2027 if somebody like Tiku or even Peter Obi will go to APC.
No, that's what it's going to be. I said it 2023 now. Yeah. For you to be Nigerian president, you have to come from one of the two big parties.
So that's just how I see it. They are all a bunch of nuisance. This is why I'm clamoring for a new political dispensation. All the principal actors, in fact, all the actors on the political scene right now should be banned by law from participating in electoral activities in the country for life. The whole of them.
It's fucking crazy. They act as if they are surprised. They waiting they happen to them. Una don't know who una they deal with. And the funniest thing, all of them will come out. Bola Tinubu is a criminal. Bola Tinubu is a thief. Bola Tinubu is a racial rigger. So you know that means you know who he is. You know, say this person, this is his way. And you just need to complain. The insult. What is who saw it help? My problem is that they should stay with their problem. They should start pushing it on innocent Nigeria. That's just my own issue with all this.
They cannot stay with their problems because if they were to be in Bola Tinubu's shoes, they would do exactly what he's doing right now. They will not do anything different. Majority of them were in parties that were in power. What did they do for the people?
Nothing. Not majority of them, all of them. All of them, they were in power at one point or the other.
We need a new political dispensation, that's all.
Yeah, that's the only way. Because this carnival that they are doing every 4 years. You see, I think, Mr. James, I think one reason I believe this election, they like doing it every 4 years, is another way of sharing more, distributing the wealth of money to those people who are not there yet. Because this election period The uniform men will be paid. The media, this is their season. The judges after election, they will pay. So everybody gets season. Then after the whole things, then the politician themselves will get paid. So I think that's the only way the see say the energy they gather every 4 years. Not because of say they won't change anything. It's because this is our time to spend money because whether we like it or not, this election cycle will cost nothing less than at least $3 to $5 billion between that 2023 to 2027. 3 to 5 billion will be spent on just carnival, candidate, campaign. So that's one way for them to get paid. Because people who made money rigging the election 2023, they are still here. They are still waiting to get paid for next one.
Yeah, some people voted on credit.
Yeah. So it's just then the benefits, they like her just like Aisha now. If she know they do all this thing, who go know her? Which job she want to do? People like that. She hold on. So they have the system is paying. We don't talk much about that. The system, as crazy corrupt as it is paying these people.
But anyway, from the look of I still believe remotely somehow that the system will collapse.
Yeah, it will. They are growing. They are growing bigger than the system. So it will explode.
The system
It
will
will
collapse.
explode. And the system is still going because of people. All these people like this, people will go school. That's why the system is still on. Because the people will not go school, but they've already fed up, and they are just waiting for go ahead, destroy everything. But these people, where you see they parade themselves in the name of I get PhD, I am an expert, I am this, I am that. They are still the one keeping the system going because they get paid. It's the black market. Nigerian government, Nigerians in a black market.
So then that means that even if you now win this case now, it will be a fresh registration. So because they've set aside that ruling of that one, all the before May 10th, all the registration that has been done is null and void. That's what I can read from what this thing is all about. Because you have people who are going out to fight dirty in the most dirty manner. So this is what they can use. This is what they can come up with. And we have a judiciary that has been taken over. Yeah, a judiciary that has been captured. I think that's the more word to use on this. The judiciary that has been captured, and so all of these things, whatever it is, this is just what you see, right now. Because this absolutely in any way whatsoever doesn't make sense. Whether be it is it the party that is coming in now, the whatever, you know, sometimes I that's why I'm getting to a place where I don't pity Nigerians anymore. Things happen, I'm like, okay, me too, I'm waiting for my turn when I become victim. Please, if I ever become victim, when I'm the victim, don't even cry for me. Don't do anything. Don't do whatever. Just even say, oh, I shall, no, 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 please. It is what it is. Because it's when, it's not if, it's not whenever. Because the victim card is waiting on all of us. But with all of these things going on, there are some people who are ready to destroy things just because. You say, even this part, even if, okay, fine, you had a case that this logo that was used, the fact that this party has gone on, they has registered, okay, he now has a presidential candidate, everything that they so you can even say, okay, no, yes, I know I'm not happy with this. Let me just leave this matter because it's about Nigeria. But obviously, many people don't think about the
She's so
greater good.
naive. She's so naive. Now during campaign, when you dey war fraud, now you go dey think. This is same people, same her. Aisha, I asked her on Dr. Dameji, just Few months after 2023, like roughly 2 years ago, I say now that the doors have been set to, what are you guys doing with the obedient movement? What are the structure on ground? I expect you guys to be in every campus in Nigeria, all the villages, every street, at least maybe once a week to keep that momentum going. She says, no, 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 don't worry. We are working on the ground. We'll just come out and hit you people. Wow. I asked Kenneth Okonkwo, the same response. We are working on. And they look these people as they come. It not be the same election where me know say go happen. Less than 6 months later, Okonkwo disappeared from Obedient. I say, I said now. Because on that day, we asked that question, the Obedient, and they say, what you say, Obedient not there. We told you Obedient is working. When the man leave them, I asked them, what happened? All of them, no bit up. The same. This was almost more than 2 years ago. They were not doing anything. They were just busy. They insulted. The president is a goat. This minister is a fool. This election officer is a criminal. How does that change anything for you? You can't just every year, every week, they come platform, just they insult group of. They tire. How do you have time to sit down and think? Throughout the campaign, una tell us Bola Tinubu is useless. They agree. The man wanna free and focus on the people. How we go think? But no. Now they are the people. The innocent people are the problem. The people are not educated. They are idiots. They be fool. They say their votes. That's their excuses. So what is the difference between them when they come every 4 years, they harass innocent citizens, and the Bola Tinubu when they come every 4 years, they give 2,000 to buy votes? What's the difference? So when these people speak, I will question myself. Do these people actually understand the battle they are fighting? Because in our country, everybody will just bend down for email right now. This is the news again.
Friday and news. The Peace Movement Party of Nigeria has challenged the decision of the court to give a suit for the registration of ADC. That the suit that is submitted was not well dealt with. So the court on itself reversed itself and asked that the registration of ADC should be put on hold. So as it stands now, ADC stands being on hold. Peter.
Well, I'm glad I've been justified because I said these things some few days ago when a court asked INEC to disregister isn't it Labour Party and others. I said it shouldn't be hooray for anybody. Now today is ADA, tomorrow it could be NDC. I didn't take a long time before it happened. So for me, am I surprised? Honestly, I am not. This Nigerian political space, anything is possible. And our court is a court that you can go and have.
Wetin go follow? This will be a good excuse for Kongoso to say, nah, the party is not stable. My future does not lie here, and we will be. They go enter different.
But wait, the issue also is this. Kwankwaso has been fingered to be the sponsor of terrorism. It might be a lie, it might be true. Why can't he come out openly with a clear-cut statement exonerating himself, at least? At most, the government should set up a public commission of inquiry. Let him go and clear himself.
Now, you want, okay, look at it from this angle. Since that time when they accused him, what has happened? He decided to join force with Obi, and every news stop. See, so so it's just like when Oshomole tells you, if you join APC, all your sins are forgiven.
No, but the accusation has been levied against a top-ranking politician
That's what I'm saying. Now he has aligned with them with the part of the and the allegation has stopped. So
So
that means
does it mean that he's guilty or he's not guilty?
either way can be true. But what I will say is he has aligned with the power that be. So they don't throw the either they don't suspend the accusation. Because that's the only because since that day, the way that they rush the Nabana is a terrorist sponsor and is a Sharia law implementer. Days after that, the man they announced that he's going to deputize Obi and everything stops. So I begin to ask questions. What is that all about? So that means if he's guilty, that means I can go and do anything, kill everybody, do whatever, any crime that suit there. And as soon as I declare to align with any side, is that the. And again, what you pointed out, Mr. James, that the Nigerian authorities should have opened a case for him. But the Bola administration will do that. And that's what is making me to suspect that last, he will join Bola Tinubu APC as his running mate. That's the only way I can see here, because if somebody somebody that you are competing with, Mr. James, pointed and said, come, that person criminal. He knows he's not qualified to do because of this. You as an opponent, you will swing to action now. You will swing to action to make sure that.
Of course.
So, but if you keep quiet, that means something as a deal has been struck. So I'm still watching that space. If these tickets stay, or be it Congozo stay, it means that he's guilty. And the people are accusing him, as I talk about, the CIA. And as far as I'm concerned, Obasanjo is their number one patron. And Obasanjo is behind the Obi tickets. They tried to get Congozo 3 years ago, it didn't work. So this time around, as soon as they fire him, accuse him, the guy moving there and Bola Tinubu keep quiet. So I don't want to conclude that yet. I want to draw my conclusion when INEC finalize the candidacy. Because I believe if he's not guilty, he no go deputize Obi. Because the issue of civil war is still very fresh in the north. That is why they don't want to give them president. Even Koso still talk on TV 2023. If I deputize Obi, my people no go vote for us. He said it. Why your people no go vote for you? Because it's coming from the east. So for now, for things to just work out smoothly like that, there's something they are not telling us. But we will find out. We will find out. So that's an accusation that is not going away. Now, that's why we talk, say, the Christian wing of the way they push Obi are still very much in motion because of, that's why I say when you ask me about Shetima, I say it's not going to be. Because they want Tinubu to either take a vice president candidate or we will win. I think that is their calculation. The Christian wing, the Christian genocide crusade. Tinubu carry a Christian to be number 2, or we are going to engineer Obi and Konkoso to give you the fight. And I think Tinubu has already struck a deal with Konkoso when they met in France. That was like 1 week, maybe 2 weeks after, before they swear on himself. You remember after they declared Tinubu a winner, he flew out of the country, went to France.
Yeah.
Before this year. And Konkoso met him there. So is it that the deal has been struck? They are just waiting for which all this confusion that is going on with their party registration we either push him out and go, because I no see any other vice president that can give the Tinubu ticket life. I don't see any Christian candidate from the north that will give Tinubu ticket momentum. I don't see it. So that's why I go for that Christian ticket. So if you take that away from the north, Mr. James, that's even more. That's if that confusion that you talk about your vision, it will happen quick. Because if you deny him, Kongoso, and you force him to take a Christian vice candidate, I don't know how he go take win. Oh. Because now that fear of the North lost him out of power during the Obasanjo time, even though Obasanjo carried their son as vice president. This one go with the words. That means they are not number one, they are not number two, they are not number three. So you see the problem. So the election, the election with the plan, they never reached their solid stage. So henceforth, the notion that the election should not hold or will not be held, it's still 50-50 on the table. Because if Tinubu lose Konkoso, it's not just losing Konkoso, it's losing the emir. No say now Konkoso put the emir, but the emir never sit down finish. He sit down with one yash, and Bola Tinubu keep it like that. Bola Tinubu, their case is still at the court. They don't postpone it to 2027. So Bola Tinubu still has control of Kano because of that. You cannot lose the governor and lose the emir. That will be too much.
The issue is that the election will be rigged.
Yes, but
they've determined the votes.
Yes, but the rigging is open to any of them. If Obifi rig and he will get away with it. So just that the possibility of them are rigging Tinubu with all these men, military men, and they still recruiting it's not impossible, but it's hard. Rigging. Why do you think I am supporting him to win? Because if Tinubu no win, they no go fit read my governor, You see the logic. Okpabolo will not come back if Tinubu loses wrong. So the only way he will come back, now when Tinubu win, he will give order to INEC chairman and the judge. So it is not all Uhuru for for the 2027 game yet. They will say the more kidnapping will still come.
Justice Elifu was being on the rascality side. Will people like that, especially even within DC party, will they come out from every state, every local government and hold a demonstration? Because that's what they need right now. What's it called?
Oh, are they in every state and every local government where they will come out? They are only in Bayelsa, and they scatter around everywhere. Mr. James, you see all these people don't start their business. Maybe we should start running like a polo, in diaspora pool. Everybody in the run pool now. Very soon they will come out.
You might not realize how little people play. That's what
Everybody, that's the business in town.
Let's address
the
the elephant in the room. 8 in 10 Nigerians think that the country is headed in the wrong direction. I think that's the big macro.
8 in 10 Nigerians think the country
That's not news.
Heading in the wrong direction. Yes, yeah, and when
That's not in
we
news.
look at the key markers in terms of some of the main items, inflation, jobs, inflation, jobs, security, the economy, and the likes, right? The favorability ratings are not good. The president's net favorability rating is at minus 58.5, which is the worst of all of the leading candidates who are out
President's net favorability ratings.
Yes.
You know, this is not America. I know we see all those things on CNN.
Math.
Can you?
Math is the same everywhere.
The math is not.
You see all these people we don't start post. So since they don't start, they are doing it for tourism. One, they get grants. The more they give the money from foreign agencies and everywhere to the run their crap. It's not cheap. Two, not this. If you go into the investigation where you find out that the people who are doing the post are the same people that control the media. So because Nigerians are so disillusioned about the electoral process, whether whatever happens, they don't care. There is a need for them to get the gullible Nigerians to dig glue, to keep the process going, to keep the energy going. That's where the polls. So they will have to bring polls that will speak to those gullible people. Because Mr. James, who will come tell you, say, 8 out of 10 Nigerians are not happy with the government, and you will come, you will not go out the person say, is that the news? Right? Nobody like President Tinubu. President is not favorable. Those are not news. Everybody know that. But they have to put data, because we are educated now, educated people, they have to put it in a way to keep it. Because that's the whole essence of the whole process. Now money, there's so much money to be made,
Nothing. Okay, so I want us to break this down.
Okay.
And that's the first index, or that's the first set of that's the first I've been indices.
Index.
Okay.
Index.
Because now, especially the obedient people, they will see this, they will say, there's hope. We said it this time and I will not agree. We will not agree. So this kind of thing ginger them.
Indicator.
Yeah, that's the way indicator.
Thank you. For my stats teacher will look for me. So tell Nigerians what net favorability indicator is.
Okay, so what you basically do is net favorability ratings they're counted on a scale of plus 100 to minus 100. Right? So you basically ask Nigerians to rate it. Or in this case, we ask Nigerians to rate a candidate, right, along that spectrum.
To score him?
Yes, in effect, right. And then
over 100?
Yes, and what we do is that we take all of the positive ratings, right, subtract them from the negative ratings. Once we do the addition and the subtraction, right, of all of the ratings, right, you can either have you can have a negative score on a scale of 100 to negative 100. That's basically how we calculated it. And what that basically means in terms of the president having a net favorability rating of minus 58.5.
There is all this using grammar terms to make them sound as if they know what they talk about, or they are actually.
Okay.
Yes.
They know.
So
they know that the election will be rigged.
in simple terms.
Yeah. Of course. It not be them that go use rig the election.
And I don't know how I forgot that. But we have to help our kids and people learn.
Yeah.
So net favorability.
These are the gatekeepers.
President Tinubu was at what number?
4.
The gatekeepers for the.
Okay, and then
for
who else?
the system.
So for Rabi Kwankwaso it was at minus 21.6. For Atiku Abubakar it was minus 31.2, which was minus 46.7. And for Peter Obi was
the ultimate success of the agenda depends on whether these structural foundations ultimately translate into improved household welfare and sustained per capita growth over the coming years. However, with the various reforms that Tinubu's administration has embarked on, the quality of life in Nigeria has come into question. The National Bureau of Statistics documented that 133 million Nigerians experience multidimensional poverty.
Mr. James, not be the same poll wey dem give us 2022 be that. This multidimensional poverty. Now the first time when Nigeria hear that grammar.
No, but there's something I'm not clear about. This National Bureau of Statistics, are they not government workers?
Oh, 100%. They are member of the mandate. They stand on this mandate.
So why do they sometimes churn out discouraging reports?
No, it's as I said. To you that knows what is going on, is discouraging. It's waste of time. But don't forget, there are millions of people, especially following the opposition, who don't know. So there is a need to encourage them. That's what this campaign is about.
No. They said 100 and something million are in
35 million.
multidimensional poverty. That is not to Bola Tinubu's credit.
Yeah.
These are government workers. How do they churn out this kind of information that does not favor government?
You understand that because you have time to think for yourself, to rationalize things. And an average obedient will hear this news, he will begin insult the president, say that he's responsible. Even though they know say both the statistician and the person with the office, they are one. But Mr. James, don't forget that we especially my age, the millennial downward, we belongs to the generation of insults. Anything we know like, we know understand, we just begin insults. So we don't have time to say come. Even this thing where they talk, first of all, it doesn't make sense. First of all, it is skewed. First, we don't have time. That's why we like the so-called John group or John journalists. We are fan of journalists. Now journalists be our superstar. So anything where that journalist just read for us, we go with it. So that's what you are seeing playing out. All these things they are saying to you that understand. Also, nobody get time for all these things. But people wake up to this kind of information. Because you can tell, just wait, even on Dr. Dameji Shape, if we gather on Saturday, people will be using Nigeria going on the 130 million operational poverty. Ask them what it even means, they don't know. Where is that statistic? Okay, you just hear the statistic as crooked it is, you just went straight to the source. Where could this be coming from? And instantly you figure it out, this is not government work. But for some reason, they will not trade that part. So everybody know they fit think again for themselves. We have given our thinking capacity to all these influencers. So our generation now will just come. Once we just hear say Tinubu, now insult straight. We hear will be everybody. That's our best way of criticizing these people. And I was like, yeah, it sounds good, but it don't move anything. If I become president, they do what Tinubu they do. You can insult me all you want. if now only insult you insult me, I can deal with that. That's why they always say we need to and the funniest thing, Mr. James, we know convincingly say these people, this is who they are. We know deep down. And we just find the only way to change the course now to insult the person. That's one thing I still don't understand. That's why when I see all those guests with Dr. Dameji break concert, somebody will just call the first thing he will say, Donald Trump is an idiot, but Tinubu is a criminal, is a fool. Like, yo, now what thing I can't listen to you with that? It's like you don't have any, you don't, it's either you don't understand the policy of the government or you don't understand what is going on. If you get your PhD economics, the benefit we should get from is to break down this policy where this man do, where everybody they cry. Break it down for us. No, you don't call it, you man is stupid. You just can't waste my time. That's my another anger with all this all these so-called experts, doctors and whatever, where they just come to talk nonsense. Very soon now, Bola Tinubu drug issue go dominate the airline again. Oh, he's a drug dealer. Oh, I don't know before now. Like, what the fuck? The same thing. They go, they like as if. So when I look at all those things, I will just shake my head. Because how do you convince me that for the past 3 years, Obi or the opposition cannot boast of 10,000 agents right now across the country? Just small 10,000, and you want to become president? How? For 3 years, you could not organize young, able men and women. Just 10,000 of them. Put like two for each local government. You don't need to send person from Benin to go serve for Kano. Every local government, they are Nigerians. They give them 10,000 every month. Maybe they just go sit down for one office 2-3 times a week. And see over they are consistent 3 years if you no go multiply. But for some reason, they know they do it, but it's, I don't know.
On the show to discuss the quality of life metrics in Nigeria and how the various states rank is Liboros Oshoma, a lawyer. Good morning, Liboros. Thank you so much for joining us today on the
Good morning,
show.
my sister Ayo, and good morning, Rufai.
Mr. James, you remember now this guest from Studio 9 and Edo guy. You remember our famous Edo legal limunar?
Oh, yes, that son.
I don't know what he do to the boy. They don't.
No, something happened.
They don't silence her.
Something happened. Is it Ezeko man?
Yes, Mike Ezeko man.
He's no longer senior advocate of nuisance.
They are going like they want strip him off. The Association of Nigerians, like I don't know what they call them, the people who are put in charge to award SAN. They don't tell her make it stop to the user.
Something happened behind the scene.
No, the guy, yes, he must have step on toes. Maybe he no work with Tinubu. I don't know. Something is wrong. So this government is bent on taking out of the system. So they can't leak his secrets. He go buy house with fake documents. And he go collect house with fake documents.
Yes.
So that's how so I asked that question, waiting in do Bola Tinubu, because it's part of the system. Unless you did something really bad.
No, it's just like El-Rufai. El-Rufai was an integral part of the system.
Yeah.
Something which you and me will never know happened.
Yes.
Good. This is what is happening to this man now.
Because
he must have done something behind the scene.
Yeah.
You and me will never know.
Yeah.
So that's it.
Because it was very active during Buhari regime. Then Bola Tinubu take office. He was still very voice. He was speaking speeches everywhere. Every time they talk about American Constitution, Bill of Rights, Then maybe 2-3 weeks into the administration, the guy begin get problem. Because those problems don't be person like me and you kind of go court say he forged setting. No, that not be we insist that's above our pay grade. This not go. I pity my guy. It's just quiet. No.
Something political must have happened behind the scene.
He has overstepped his bounds. Maybe now will be his support for the election.
Anyway, that's their own problem.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Liboros, something is missing. Where is your copy of the Constitution?
No, because I'm not discussing.
This is not a constitutional
I'm not
matter?
Discussing Constitution today. So
quality of life.
Yes, and so that's why
Constitution guarantees
quality of life
anyway.
and security and welfare of the people.
Yes, we are talking about metrics and all of that. Only recently we were discussing Mr. Bayo Ononuga's statement that this poverty, multidimensional, that even the Bureau of Statistics is talking about, he has not seen it. And he is the spokesperson of the government. So what's your own assessment in terms of quality of life metrics? We are in the era of renewed hope.
That's
and the government says we are doing a lot. We want people to set up agbado business, to set up kuli business,
roasting corn,
to set up bean cake business. You want to come here and question quality of life.
You see, that's the problem. That's the danger of half education. Danger of half education. Seriously. No, seriously.
President wife.
Yes,
that may be defamatory.
It is not. When you are considering indices for evaluation and you consider half, just a few, that's half education. And I speak with
Dr. Damaji, you know why he's making this statement, Mr. James? I don't know if you see the video.
I did not see it.
Of the president's wife saying that they have done a lot, that it doesn't cost anything to start a business, to start a roasting corn business, it doesn't cost anything, to start a akara business, it doesn't cost anything. So that we have done enough for the people. I'll look for the video.
A sense of responsibility. And these are my statements. I chose them carefully. It's very dangerous because I hear when government says, we're giving governors more money, and so don't worry, this renewed hope and then these policies would be hurtful at the initial stage, but with time, this is a gestation period, and with time, it will yield dividend. And you look at all of the structures in place, the valuable, metrics and indices, and you ask yourself, what are those indices to consider the yield? I take our mind back. We all know in the First Republic, when Awolowo was premier of Western region, there was funds from cocoa. They didn't just say, we're getting more money, and so we're going to consistently get more money. Don't worry, we'll put some of these things in place and then so that you won't suffer. They built industries, they built structures. We still talk about cocoa, we still reference Cocoa House till date. Just recently, they commissioned the renovated Premier Inn in Ibadan, built as far back as the 60s. And 70s, Cocoa House was built in 1965, 25-story building. Today, no state can boast, maybe Lagos, but no state can boast of building, erecting such a building. The Second Republic, we all remember how the UPN governors were building cement companies, were building bond brick factories, breweries, hotels, and what have you. Today, we say government has no business in business. So when you see governors build roads, and then buy SUVs that will drive on those roads. And then somebody sits down and says, well, in the comfort of my office and home, when there is power failure, immediately the inverter comes on. And so that means NEPA is working. That's half education.
Here at Digipod, our goal is to help you print your dreams. We understand and appreciate all the effort it's taken to get.
Okay, I get your point, because that means that would apply to the statement recently made by the essay to the president on.
Let me play the video.
Yeah, thank you.
This is the video he was. I don't know why.
Looked like just a breakfast, but the message was.
We're trying to give hope, and to start akara business doesn't take a lot of money. To start
roasting corn, or somebody even said about grant. You see, they're saying that kuli doesn't take much. We didn't give them a loan, we gave it to them as a grant. So Nigerians as best as we could. What is within our hands, I have given, and I keep giving, and those are the things we've done. I remember giving for TB when I heard there's so much TB cases. I gave 2 billion. To breast cancer, I gave 1 billion. To food malnutrition, I gave 500 million.
Which money they give so? And Nigerian money they give Nigerians like this.
Make sure that whatever this government is trying to do, that it will see the light of the day. So in agric we've done, in social investment we have, in education we've given a little bit of scholarship, ICT training, and with NIDA. So, and all those are things, and we are still open, still want to do more. The narrative has really changed, has changed to challenge the average man, whereas the average man is supposed to have hope. So I like the idea that Mr. President said, this is the renewed hope agenda. We have to renew our hope. And that's how we renew our hope, and
Looked like just...
We're trying to give hope.
So, Mr. James, now, when we see our leaders talk like this, at times I know they best, because why would they call them Mama and Papa of the nation? Because he's speaking like a mother.
No, not my caller, is it Liboros? The man
Yes, I'm sure, yes.
He used the right phrase. These are half-educated people.
Yeah.
For the wife of a president to be talking like this,
just shocking.
Probably they are not in tune with what ordinary people are going through, or they don't bloody care, or they lack the mental capability to comprehend the nature of the problem. Because you see, the program the husband is embarking on to revamp the economy, Laboros made a very good analysis by referring to Awolowo's accomplishment in Western Nigeria.
Yeah.
You borrowed money. You have removed oil subsidies in order to get money. How many industries have you built? How many schools have you built? How many hospitals? We are not seeing anything at all. You are telling me that it will yield dividend in future. But what is happening to the money? Where did you keep the money? Is it in the bank yielding interest? So this is what is running through my mind, which Iman Laboros mentioned in his analysis. These guys, they have no plan for anybody. Because look, when Ambosali came to Bender State under Awolowo's UPA, they were building schools. I hope you get what I mean. Primary schools, secondary schools. ICE in Benin City. There's a school called ICE, Institute of Continuing Education. They had to split that institute into two. One part was converted to secondary school. They funded the school, brought the teachers, admit students. We saw it functioning. When Ogbomudia was there, it was oil boom. He built a stadium, Ugbe Stadium, Benin City. He built Afuze, what's it called, Waraka Agbede Farms, Afuze Sports Center, Iyanomon Rubber Factory, Bendel Newspapers Corporation as Observer, Bendel Food Production, Bendel Line. We saw the concrete things this man was doing at Bendel Brewery and others. They employ people. The people earn income. With their income, they were able to, it had multiplier effect on their families and the whole society. What are these people doing with the money we are borrowing left, right, and center? This is the crux of the matter.
It's just sad. The way she did talk, we have done it like we have given 2 billion. Whose money?
No, you see, she's even implicating herself.
Yeah.
There could be problems in future. There could be problems. There could be a change of government. There could be a commission of inquiry. The 2 billion you gave, tell us how you made the money. You have 1 million you gave, all the money she's mentioning now is on tape, which can be played anytime in future. And they will call her to account. Tell us where you got the money.
And they are counting it towards national service. Eh, it's sad. Now the confidence that she gets when she's talking about it, because that make me to say,
No, it's
well,
ignorance.
after all, would they call them
No,
mama? Would
it's
they call them
ignorance.
papa and mama already?
It's ignorance. You remember the wife of Bill Clinton? What's her name?
It's Hillary.
Hillary Clinton. Will she talk like this?
Hell
Will she say that I gave $1 billion to social foundation in the USA?
no. Hell,
I
in
said
fact,
this to
even their foundation that they have, is being scrutinized by now every day because
so you
where
see,
the money is coming from.
you see what I mean? So it's sheer ignorance, total ignorance that is disturbing this woman. And her advisor should try to keep her
Yeah,
away from the public scene. They
it's
should
just
confine
crazy.
her. I don't know what. Well, it's up to them. I mean, let them.
I am just saying, I think they are having this much confidence to speak like that because the way the people they approach, when they call them papa and mama, is the father of the nation, is the mother of the nation. Like those kind, when I hear those names, the thing they
No,
always
but
they
you
make
see,
me
as
cringe.
intelligent adults, I expect them to know that these same people singing your praise today will be the same people that will ask for your head
Oh
tomorrow.
yeah, for sure.
They should know. They should know. These people who you are singing your praises today, tomorrow they will not only ask for your blood, they will ask for your head.
I think that's. I think we that's where we need to be as citizens because I still remember. I think it was in 1747 also where the Dutch Empire, the Dutch people went go hungry with their prime minister for corruption and misuse of public funds. They brought the man out for street, beat him, they cut and the chop. Like they were eating him, they eating his flesh in 1774, 1747 in Netherlands. And what did they do their public officers with that?
So she's
Even
speaking
the
out
French,
of,
yeah.
she's speaking out of ignorance. Let me put it that way. I don't mean to insult her. Those people who are, she must have a team of advisors and
Oh yeah, these people, entourage.
what they call them. Is it chaperone in American English?
Yeah, they have entourage everywhere. They have
In American English, I think there's a word like chaperone.
the
Chaperone. I think there's a word like that in America. Anyway, people taking care of our interests. They should coach
okay.
her in what to say and what not to say, how to say it, and how to minimize. They are not working enough on her. This is the cause of this
Yeah,
problem.
this
She might
these
be
people.
ignorant, and her ignorance should not push her into problems in future.
She's above coaching. She will tell you that I'll spend 4 years. I think she spent 4 years. I'll be 3 10 for Senate as a senator. Now she's the mother of the country. She doesn't need advice.
Or could it be that this is our mentality in Nigeria? Because it's longer
That's
than
what
that.
I'm saying. Now,
Almost
so
40, almost 40 years now, I've not been in the country.
that's how
Probably
we talk.
this is our mentality in the country.
Yes, that's why I brought the idea of calling them papa and mama. That's how they. Now, not be only them. When this elected official they speak, I will say, "Come." I spend my money. I say, "Oh, I spend money. I do that." I was like, "Come." Which money are you talking about? The only reason they put you in that position is to come and spend our money, utilize it as we want it. He's bragging. I've got 2 billion to these people. I've give 1 billion, like as if out of your pocket. Out of your pocket, you they tie the road like wiki. Out of your pocket, now you they do all these things. So the way we talk, at times I will just look. I was like, then again, I will now look at the citizen. They call them papa, mama, daddy, Gio, mommy, Gio. So I think I don't know. When are the vocabulary where would they take talk for? That's just who we are. The thing they shock me when president would they talk. I did this, I did that, I give this, I give like how? Now only our leaders are the year from like the West, early you go see a president, I be Donald Trump will tell say I did that. If he talks in my administration, I think that's the closest they get to my administration. We engineered that we did this. It's just anytime I hear talk like that, I think they do me somehow.
Media and strategy around the state of hunger.
Yes, and
Do
the
you-
people that work
and the
in his
people that
office.
work in his office who are not hungry, and also state of insecurity, saying that people ought to stay, off the road at night. But where is the gap? Is it that we have a revenue challenge? Because a lot of the things, and this morning, the reason I'm bringing this up is because this morning we're talking about tax, revenue generation, and where this tax goes to. This government has said that they have benefited the subnationals because there's been an increase in FAC allocation. And so there seems to be a talk of more money coming in, but we don't seem to see where the money is going to. Why is that the case?
Where the gap is there's a gap, a knowledge gap.
Okay.
There's a knowledge gap. The commissioner that just left here talked about project and gestation period. What we have are governors who are not thinking. There is no knowledge, there's no deep thinking of how do we ensure that we build infrastructures that will protect the...
Mr. Jane, another thing again, I think I take offense with the way they talk. Because for me, when you are alluding to public officials that they are not thinking, they are not, it's like I'm making excuses for them. And you want me to say a grown man, adult, know they think I want me to believe you. So these people are using language to soften how we see our leaders. Somebody came off his misappropriate the resources that's available. You say he's not thinking. Like, what does that even mean? Like, how you go see person? So is that an excuse? So are we supposed to be now be clapping that you are making a statement that our leaders
The
are
issue is
like?
that if he's not thinking, he should tell us what he spent the money on. What happened to the money? If he's not, if he's
No,
not using
use
it judiciously, tell us.
it should use the right language. These people are thieves. They are misplacing our resources. They are misusing our resources. Not that he's not thinking. Person will wake up for your house, bath, dress, wear agbada or wear suit, enter motor, go office. You say you know they think. So for me, it's an excuse we are making for these people. If you are scared because you did national TV, it's understandable. But don't come and tell me a whole commissioner misplace our resources, abuse our resources, buy jeeps, buy builders everywhere, and the only way to criticize him that he's not thinking. This is why me I wan run for office. Oh, if na only insult na go dey insult me, that I don't think. After I don't spend 4 years for office in siphon all the money, or you can tell me say, Oviede Chris is a stupid boy, he's a foolish man. I will be happy. I will be happy because that means even if I come dey waka for street after my office, nobody go fit even do me anything because they believe that while I was there, I wasn't thinking. By the time we start using the right terminology, if a public officer come out for street, you go hear am. People go approach am. Now, if somebody even want to get angry and approach the commissioner, he go ask am, say, sir, why is that you don't think? That no be ask am, say, come, what did you do with our money? And wait for him to respond. So these people, now wetin dey make me dey always dey join them together, call them intellectual but yet idiots. You are here to praise the commissioner now. If I be commissioner for your state, I under my 4 years, 20 billion naira don't come off pass through my office, and there's nowhere to point out to say this is where it's invested, and all you could do is to tell me I wasn't thinking. That's it. I'm a winner. If that's all you can tell me is that I don't think.
Future. How do we create jobs that will take people off the street so that we don't just end up taxing them, but we also ensure that they are able to pay taxes?
Sure. It is not lack of thinking. It's either lack of capacity or bluntly doing the opposite. Because if I give you money, go buy yam. You come back, you know, bring yam. Two things happen. Either you chop the money or you use the money buy another thing. You are not going to say, come, you know they think.
You know, you don't just drag people into the tax net when more than half of them are not able to pay. So there's so much money in the hands of government, while at the same time you are living an economic doom. The government is living economic boom. So they tell you we've given your people more money. But however, that does not mean that I've seen some, I would digress a little, I've seen some, reports by some rating agencies or talking about
NOI polls, Standard and Poor's.
SBM, talking about where families live, or in states where
intelligence. Yeah.
Yes, and I look at the report. I say yes, as bad as it is, you don't just take 55 persons in it. You know, the response of 55 persons, and you use it to analyze the entire state. That is akin to using Bayo Ononuga's statements to draw conclusion that yes, because people in his office are okay, then everybody is okay. And so there's need for us, that's why I said education is very key. There's need for governors to also commission data-driven reports. Go on the street, find out where do people really need intervention. Your people, what are the critical areas? Today, we no longer discuss pipe-borne water. We just believe that people can buy pure water, bottled water. Nobody is discussing public utilities. So when you look at it from those metrics, you will say that there is indeed a knowledge gap. But at the same time, when you look at, as elections are coming, you're going to have more rating agencies come up with data-driven reports to maybe impress my brother Rufai, who is a empirical evidence person, to create that narrative. And when you do that, when you create such narrative, the challenge would be that the people,
the competition between the data people and the prophets,
and not just the prophets.
This is the message from God.
Yes, some will say this is a message from God.
Prophecy is not defamatory.
And then exactly, prophecy is not defamatory. And then when you do that, you create opportunity for the government to just do generic denial, because you can't take, for example, assessment of 442 people across 8 states and use it to just judge Nigeria and say, oh yes, from Kano is the best place to live in Nigeria today. The quality of education in Kano is
the NBS data.
Not at all. I've looked at it, and the first question I asked, you said about 95% of Calabar people in Cross River wants to leave Cross River. Cross River has, and then you just assess about 55% in the entire Calabar. That's not up to Marian Road. It's like going to Adabo Street off Marian Road in housing, in state housing, and then you just not Ewed housing is in Uyo. Okay. State housing is in Cross River. So you just assess 55 persons around that area, and then you use it to judge people in Akpabuyo, people in Ikom, in Boki, in Udu. And all of that. It's dangerous. It's half education.
Liberals, it's half education. I feel your pain. Liberals, but are you not stretching this conversation too much for these people that have half education? Because in a country where they can't even do a census, President Tinubu is wrapping up his government now. Buhari was close to doing a census.
Nobody's discussing
He left it for President Tinubu. A whole administration is gone. The president has not done the census.
They've done enumeration. They've done training.
Nigeria did census. Nigeria did census last 2006. And so 20 years ago. A country has not done census in 20 years. And you think they will do national planning?
You see, that's where that is challenge. It is our responsibility to let people know that you can't plan without figures. And in the absence, like
Wole, lie with statistics.
Yes, you can lie with statistics. And Wole Soyinka once said, once rumor starts to thrive, even intellectuals are turned to conveyor belts. And so, once in the absence of statistics, verifiable statistics, rating agencies can come up with figures. And for people who are seeking half education, they can rely on these figures. So that's where the government, state government, local government, state government, and federal government need to first sit down and say, you know what, let's even know the numbers. We shouldn't be scared. Remember Festus Odumegu, who said he will use, images, he will use drone to do census. And the next day, the man was sacked, because you want to do the unthinkable in Nigeria. And yet we keep budgeting for, maybe next year we'll estimate to 300 million persons from 150 million. You know, after every 4 years, we just jump, we'll add 50 million. And so we just keep estimating. So state governors also, they should look at this National Population Commission position and also make it a concurrent issue, so that local governments can actually plan for the people in their local area. State governors can look at the numbers. Lagos state government has, they know the number of houses within Lagos. Yes. They did a census alongside the national population census. And every day they keep looking at numbers. Yes. So I don't see why states also cannot look at that. So when you, sorry, quickly, in rounding up, so when you do that, it becomes very easy for you to plan. So you know the number of young people, you know the number of children that are born in those states. In the absence of that, rating agencies at election is coming, and you are going to consistently see, you know, reports. Everybody will come up with their report as also religious people.
Are you aware that the political parties can't even count?
That is even that's another you know, new normal.
They will jump from
new
2 to
normal
50,
is
from 50 to
150, 2,000, and
is this half education you talk about?
Yes, it's half education.
Quality of education. All right. Thank you so much for your time with us today. I think it's a very important point. How can you plan without data?
Yes,
and that's very critical.
So, Mr. J, you see another thing here. When you have a guest in the studio,
how can I publish my book? At Doors Publishing, we've been answering that question.
They're not going to give her enough time to talk.
I can't hear you.
Oh, I say, you see what just happened when they have somebody in the studio who is ready to analyze things to a reasonable conclusion. They will not give him enough time to talk. They will rush him out.
You see the point.
They're all the same people. They all work hand in hand. Learning at the commission are in the top is.
Concerns have been raised about clogged drainage systems due to poor waste management. Lagos is facing a growing waste crisis with mounting concerns that poor waste disposal and collection are worsening environmental and public health challenges across the state. The waste management situation in Lagos has prompted calls for the resignation of Lagos State Commissioner for Environment and Water Resources, Tokunbo Wahab, by Gbadebo Roads Bible, who said that the waste management policy in Lagos has been an unmitigated disaster. Joining us on this show to discuss the waste management situation in the state and how the state government is handling the issue is Tokunbo Wahab, Lagos State Commissioner for Environment and Water Resources. Good morning, Honorable Commissioner, and thank you for joining us.
Good morning, Dr. Abati. Thanks for having me.
I assume you are not going to resign anyway, because Gbadebo.
Sorry,
President Bola Tinubu's renewed hope agenda has been a significant attempt to transition Nigeria.
Let me tell you the movers and shakers of why the campaign not to win election, it no go work. I tell you the men where they gather, where they rape. See a passenger. You know where he go?
No.
He go pay visits to Konkozo, the man that is accused of terrorism. he was there. What did he go visit her? Because I tell you, this
All right, Nigerians, we have
their candidacy
breaking
never
news.
stand.
I want you to stay with me till the very end because we have a lot to unpack in this. Today, Nigerian politics has taken another interesting turn. And this is one of those meetings that may look ordinary on the surface. But when you begin to connect all the dots, you realize that something much bigger could be happening behind the scenes. Former President Olusegun Obasanjo has just held a closed-door meeting with Senator Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso in Kano State. Now, officially, we are being told that this was simply a courtesy visit. Kwankwaso's media aide described it as a meeting filled with warm exchanges and constructive discussions.
So, Mr. James, the question I ask you is that, waiting Obasanjo see the fine. What is he looking for? What he means, if not that he's working for a powerful organization? What is he?
He's just working. I mean, they are, how do I put it? They are putting measures in place to make sure nothing goes wrong with the system, which they are protecting. And the kind of man is visiting, I don't know how to put it. You see, they know what they are doing. Even this man is there too. What's his name? Boba Galadima.
Oh, yeah, no, Boba Galadima now be the guardian angel.
Good.
You understand?
Yeah. I'm not very happy with them for one reason. When Buhari died, Boba Galadima, can you hear me?
Yeah, yes.
Yeah, Boba Galadima said that they make sure Buhari come to office because of the problem in Kwara State, that there are plans for the Yorubas to take over Kwara State. I think he said something like that, Boba Galadima.
Oh, yes, yes. That's yes.
Good. Now, if he said something like that, that there are plans for the Yorubas to take over Kwara State, and eventually Kwara State is still in the dustbin of terrorism, then it starts to reason that the man should, I mean, I don't want to use foul language. Anyway, Obasanjo is just trying to satisfy those. They want to keep the system running. Let me put it that way. They want to keep the system running in the way they want it. And they have masters somewhere, which I do not know, who are telling them what to do and what not to do. Remember I told you earlier on that African presidents are all warrant chiefs.
Yes.
European
because Obasanjo supervise the current constitution that we have. Because the transition from regional to presidential system was a project that he personally oversaw. First, when he came as a military head of state, that time Murtala, as soon as they assassinated Murtala, he took over, reshuffled the what do they call it? Constitutional Committee, and imputed some counties the Sharia law. He created room for Sharia law. He created room for so many things that make the constitution what is this today. Then he handed over to the civilian government. That one tried to implement it. I think it only lasts for what, 3 years. Buhari people call Topula. But they allowed that to work, Babangida Congo. In order for actually now to run that constitution in a full democratic setting, they had to go bring him back again, Obasanjo, from prison to be the president in 1999. To just make sure he finished what he started. So I think I like the way you put it. Is trying to make sure the country that he helped put together in this kind of dispensation does not go out of control and no scatter around. I think exactly that's exactly what is happening. Because it don't make sense to me. You don't serve 2 times. You have 2 opportunities to serve a country. You've done everything. we could not forget this man come out because they won't come out good luck because of the other strong. He came out and tear his registration card, PDP card.
I remember.
Yeah. See, this man never rests. He make sure good luck go. The bring on is still on. What did he want? Now he make Konkoso Minister of Defense when they come out Konkoso because he no agree. Well, I no buy the idea that he didn't implement the Sharia law in time. All those other politics. But when they voted Konkoso hard because of the way Obasanjo treated Mohammed Abacha. Remember Mohammed Abacha, Abacha's son?
Yeah.
Obasanjo put him for jail. So the Kano people were hungry. When I meet people, I know they talk of ordinary people on the street, the main power brokers, they were angry. And because they Konkoso na PDP guy, they voted him out. Bishakaru. But Obasanjo no let him go. Carry him, give him for Minister of Defense of all places. So I Obasanjo, I don't like the man. Not for anything.
Nothing lasts forever.
It's crazy. I'll go Zoom meet them.
Economy to a productive one. While the macroeconomic indicators and infrastructure projects represent significant high points, the ultimate success of the agenda depends on whether these structural foundations ultimately translate into improved household welfare and sustained per capita growth over the coming years. However, with the various reforms that Tinubu's administration has embarked on, the quality of life in Nigeria has come into question. The National Bureau of Statistics documented that 133 million Nigerians experience multidimensional poverty. Joining us on the show to discuss the quality of life metrics in Nigeria and how the various states rank is Liboros Oshoma, a lawyer. Good morning, Liboros. Thank you so much for joining us today on the
Good morning,
show.
my sister Ayo, and good morning, Rufai.
Good morning.
And Doctor, welcome back.
Thank you. Well, Liboros, something is missing. Where is your copy of the Constitution?
No, because I'm not discussing.
This is not a constitutional
I'm not
matter.
Discussing Constitution today. So
quality of life.
Yes, and so that's why
Constitution guarantees
quality of life.
Anyway.
And
so I think the second question, the Mayata, also covers.
I want brief us or waiting they happen today.
Mr. Nasara Abubakar is the National Financial Secretary. Service. Judu Maman Manuga is our National Women Leader.
Now the new party with this, Mr. James.
The Tekiri party.
Yes. The one that will be and Gogozo is running now. The one where they don't register them. According to the court.
Chief Frederick Owotorufa is the National Vice Chairman, South. NDC, service to God, service to humanity, service to Nigeria. I also have Barrister Igwe, who is the Deputy National Legal Advisor. Mr. National Chairman.
And the people want to take power with this.
We have here seated party members, party candidates, women, and gentlemen of the press. Yes, these state chairmen are also here. Members of State Executive Council are also here. And gentlemen of the press are also present. So, Mr. Chairman, the ball is now in your court. NDC service. NDC. Service. Service to God. NDC. Service to Nigeria. NDC. Well, the National Secretary of our party, Barrister Ikenna Morgan, my deputy national chairman North and South, other members of the National Working Committee of the Nigerian Democratic Congress, NDC, members of the press, please permit me to stand on the protocol that has been set before us. This is a very emergency press briefing from the leadership of the Nigerian Democratic Congress as a result of what has happened that everybody have been calling. Instead of us to be answering or replying to people individually, which we shall not be able to do. It's needed that the party's view and response to what be communicated with this format. Our attention has been drawn to a ruling by the Federal High Court sitting in Lokoja this morning, wherein His Lordship, Honorable Justice Isaka Shen, gave a ruling on an application filed by an unregistered association known as Peace Movement Party. Remember, unregistered association. The public knows that December 2025, the Nigerian Democratic Congress, as an association, complained of ideas refusal to register us as a political party. Whereupon we proceeded to the Federal High Court. Federal High Court upheld our constitutional right to freedom of association under the Constitution and compelled INEC to register us, which INEC did. Since then, we have started political activities, embarked on registration of members, held congresses from ward to national levels, held conventions, and concluded primaries to all offices following INEC's timetable. We have been fully participating in all INEC activities without let or hindrance as a political party. NDC also candidates and fully participated in the just completed by-elections, senatorial by-elections, and candidates for the House of Assembly, House of Representatives, Senate, governorship, presidential, and vice presidential positions have been duly nominated, and we are in the process of formally submitting them to the INEC in a court. The said association that filed the complaint is unknown to us. The Peace Movement Party is not a registered political party in Nigeria. They claimed in a motion, not even a substantive suit or appeal, that the court should set aside its earlier judgment on the purported ground that in 2015 they had sought registration as a political party with the victory sign as their symbol, and were denied. It is important to note that they are not an association applying for registration now under the exercise that started last year. The court had also dealt with all related issues concerning us the same symbol and colors. The court in its judgment overruled INEC when those issues were raised, and there is no appeal against that judgment. And I repeat, the court in its judgment overruled INEC when those issues were raised, and there is no appeal against that judgment. Therefore, we are surprised that on an application by an association claiming that it wanted to register as a political party with the victim side in 2015, an association that is not a registered political party and is not seeking registration now to participate in the current political process. His Lordship came to the conclusion that they have local standing, and furthermore, that he has jurisdiction to do what he did. Accordingly, we have been informed that his Lordship made an order setting aside the court's earlier decision of December 2025. There was no order directing our deregistration. However, we are dissatisfied with the decision that has been taken, and we have instructed our team of lawyers to immediately proceed to the Court of Appeal to challenge the jurisdiction and propriety of his Lordship's order. We assure the general public, and particularly our candidates at all levels, that our party is on course. The NDC has not been deregistered, and we are challenging today's order at the Court of Appeal as soon as possible. We have no doubt that justice will be done. We condemn efforts by those who seek to shrink democratic space and stifle opposition voices and alternatives. Nigerians have a right to a full range of opinions, ideas, alternatives, and political platforms, and candidates should be allowed to participate in the 2027 general elections, which has already gone midway. It is too late for anyone to attempt to use the judiciary to derail or narrow Nigeria's multi-party democratic space. If the said association, Peace Movement Party, were a party affected by the judgment on our initial suit, the only option open to it was to appeal the verdict, an option which it did not take. Even at that, the window open for such appeal has since closed, and any such appeal by now has become statute barred. To now try to upturn that verdict through the back door via a motion is not only unheard of, but also illegal, and an outright abuse of court process. We thank Nigerians for their. We thank all our candidates. We thank all our members and numerous supporters for their confidence and trust in the Nigeria Democratic Congress, NDC. And we assure them that all nominations may remain valid. That our party platform is strong and legal and legitimate, and that justice shall be served. And this is the statement of the party made by my humble self, distinguished Senator Cleopas Moses Joel, the national chairman of the
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. The party has spoken. And if you have any questions, I think I will use my power as the MC to decide how many. It also depends on how many hands I see first. I've already heard how many here, but please, your name, your organization.
Sorry, Mr. James, my network. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, yeah. My network just drop off. I said, this is these are these we avoid playing going into politics. They will frustrate you.
No,
So
there's
what
some-
is happening here?
There's something I don't understand. The party is an
Yeah,
executive party. Good.
yeah, pretty much. Yes.
The wife of the president is an executive woman.
Yes.
How will they allow this party to vie against Bola Tinubu
That's a good question.
in the tribal society?
Yes, but yes, they are the one that actually engineered the party with the wife, the former governor of that state, and the rest of them. So yeah, I think what you are saying that is a trap that is set for the obedient. So they will not necessarily not allow them to stand, but they will control it from the inside. But the question is that what choice would the Obidi have? Obi no get choice. He couldn't form a party. He put all his energy on mobilizing what I call color revolution. So, but in Nigeria now, political parties are for their private business like every other party. So they are for sale. They will only find place. But they will go there. This is what they will be experiencing. Now, instead of them to be selling their party manifesto, allow me to use that language, even though he doesn't even believe in it. So, so instead of them to be selling their policy, they are be organizing, just moving endlessly, not focus on the election. They will spend their resources defending their stand, their legalist stand, their party. So they will just explain. So the Bola Tinubu is doing it deliberately. That's how it works. Just like during the last American election, Donald Trump, if you remember, he was going from one court to another. He was being arrested. He was being sued by women. He was every accusation. All is just to disorganize their focus because it's a competition, and that's exactly what is happening.
Peter Obi and Kwankwaso, they should be experienced enough not to fall into this trap.
Yes, but I don't think you should include the Kwankwaso. Why? Because in a spare time, he just come in, they just adopted him, or he just joined. He just joined them a couple of weeks, I mean months ago. It is the Obi who is who wants to be president, right? Yes, Kwame also wants to be president too, but his goal is 2031. That's why he agreed to be his spare tire. So Obi, that question should be solely directed to Obi. He's part and parcel of the system. He's experienced enough, right? But I think that is why he's decided to take the route he's taking, which is color revolution, because he knows that come rain, come shine, he will always find home, right? But he went the color revolution way, color revolution in the sense that he's capitalizing on the pocket of angers everywhere. Everybody's angry. Everybody's angry at the system, the president, everything is going wrong. So his goal is to mobilize those anger at the right minute and look for any political party, because to him, the anger in the country is enough number to win, not to, instead of going through route of building a normal political party. And what he was avoiding in building a political party is still what is happening to him. Because no matter how you mobilize, Nigeria don't have in our constitution for a single candidate, individual candidacy. You also have to join a party. So, which is where your first question actually is at the center of what people are talking about now. That if this party is 100% founded by the Shekiri people, and the Shekiri people are in government, and then what is the wisdom in going that route? That's on one side. But the other side, what choice does he have? Labour Party has been infiltrated. He could not do anything about that. So he has to adopt one party if he has to run, and time is running out. So time is running out. So, and this is what is going to happen now. Another party now sue them to court that they are using the NDC is using their logo, their whatever. Now that's a issue. That's a small one. I'm saying that's a very small problem, right? But that takes their time. Now they spend the whole today. Now they defend. They explain. They will spend the whole tomorrow. They do the same thing until the appeal courts come throw the case out of the because okay, they win, right? Maybe as soon as they finish this victory, yeah, something else will hit them. So the game, you know what they signed for. Let me just put it that way. Yeah, I think that now only, as you said it, now only person who never day, we don't know, they ain't go the surprise. They are part and part of. They will do the same thing, by the way, talking about that if they are in Bola Tinubu's shoes, they will do the same thing.
Precisely.
Yeah. So I just pity the young obedient who don't understand, who are not emotionally matured enough, whether they carry them. So now imagine, I just if you pay attention to their platform now, they will not change all their plans. Now they have to now say, okay, what is the problem? Everybody will turn to lawyer. They will start insulting the judges. No, INEC first and the judges. So they all disorganize. They disorganize them. Again, Tinubu arrest Showore, right?
Yeah.
In order to get the article and Obi abandon their plan and start weighing on the issue. Oh, the Tinubu administration is corrupt. Is taking advantage of DSS. You understand? Just that's what they did. But I think the Obi understand that. Obi did not fall into that immediately. Obi attacked instead. Obi went to say he should resign. He should follow this type of case in London and resign. And they follow up, they send people to media to stay on that. So I think they avoided the trap of Shiwori, because for the beginning of the week, it was Shiwori that dominated the airline, Shiwori and the arrest issue. And that was the goal. Shiwori cannot win the presidency, no matter how the promoter reach. So, but what is successful in doing is to take the media, the national media away, concentration away from the Obi and Atiku, put it on the Tinubu and Showore. So at this time around, everything that happened, they know why they are they are doing it. So now, if you go Nigeria Watch now, this is what we dominated their conversation. They don't forget their plans. They don't forget they're supposed to communicate with people on ground. How many people they don't reach? What is those things now is off the window. It's a brutal game.
We will never develop.
Nah.
If our election is dominated by this kind of useless, Jagede Oshikoya and Masquerade.
Yeah.
They call it Jabajantis development. People are going to the moon. People are exploring space. People are producing ballistic missiles that perform wonders. Here we are discussing the situation of party.
This is where serious countries were over 200 years ago.
More than let me see. 1795. You know how many years?
It's going 300 years.
Good. All these things we are doing, maybe in England in the days of Mungo Park, these were the kind of things they were. In fact, they were even thinking of better things.
They've already formed a state. They are already in a state level.
Yeah, they sent Mungo Park to Africa to spy.
Yeah.
With the intention of reaping the benefits in future, which they are now reaping. So 300 years ago, they had already gone beyond this level we are dealing with. So that's the sad aspect of the story.
We are far, yeah. We are far. We are going backward, if you ask me, because this is the same thing they experienced leading to independence. One would have valued that they've passed this stage. I think, for me, we're supposed to this stage whereby we are going to fight. We are inserting ourselves based on which side should our industrial plan go. Are we going to be building, close our industry like the Chinese are doing? Or I think that's the level we should be now, not the governance level. Because the likes of the Singaporeans, the rest, they did not stay in this stage for more than 10, 20 years. They get their act together. All the people, the countries that we got our independence together in the 60s, who has the same capacity like us, because we know I know this. I know it is not fair to be comparing ourselves with Mozambique, Ghana, all those small small. We should be comparing ourselves with bigger countries outside because we had the capacity, we had the resources, we had the manpower. But for some reason, we are still at that even worse because, like you always use the military and the Bermuda as an example. The area they were not the development and the infrastructure that we have today were the one that was engineered by those generations. If we look at it well, we say that we are retrogressing, retrogressing. I mean, they talk about going backward because all the major infrastructure that Nigeria has today were built the military house like more than 20 years ago. So we have been in full democracy for the past 25 years. We have not built anything. We not build the institution, that's human capacity, but not build physical infrastructures in no day. Because there's nothing we can point and say, okay, this is what this democracy has given us. It's sad.
It's getting to 6 o'clock here in the evening now.
Oh, okay. I see. Twice. Don't do 5 hours.
Thank you very much for the time.
You're welcome.
Tomorrow we will meet on.
Yeah. Oh, tomorrow is Saturday.
The Dr. Damage show.
Yes. All right, sir.
Thank you. I'm very, very pleased.
Same here.
Thank you so much. All right. So I wish you a good night rest.
Thank you. You too. So NDC nightmare now I don't get. It's kind of.
Is there any hope?
You see how they go explain that.
Though judiciary is the last hope of the common man. That's NDC.
They don't give una work.
With all the so-called political abracadabra that has gone, is there hope that you will get justice?
You will get justice for sure, but that's not the aim. The aim is to frustrate you.
We can't add one more. Let us take these two. If it is overruled, I will add one more.
Assurance that you'll be important because people are worried now. Will they be on the ballot in 2020? Nigerians need the reassurance of you.
Inshallah. Ballot.
You're home to GTV Africa from Nigerian Democratic Congress. You are listening to what the party is facing. This is GTV bringing to you happenings right now. Question also may be of good. Okay, but let's listen to the reactions from the parties.
On the issue of the team leader,
I will explain that.
I don't think it's appropriate at this time for us to announce who the team leader. By the time we file our processes, and I can assure you on Monday all our processes will be filed. When you see the processes, who the members of the team are and who the team leader is. I don't know if that answers your question. Now the next question is, what is our opinion about the ruling? Obviously, our opinion that is that is the worst thing that the judiciary. That ruling has no legal basis. There is no precedent in law to justify that ruling. I'm not aware of any legal authority that can justify that ruling. So obviously, we see it as part of the attempts by the powers that be to further shrink the democratic process in Nigeria. Everybody, I'm sure all of us here are aware that recently some parties, by virtue of a judicial ruling, were ordered.
Navam, the #1 rated business travel platform, lets your team book work travel in one place. Flights, hotels, cars.
The democratic process is still ongoing. I can assure you about that. our candidates will definitely participate in the forthcoming elections. So I think the second question, my answer also covers the question as to what is our thoughts on the ruling that was delivered. Obviously, we are not happy about it, but there's no basis for that. Is there any hope that you get judged? Of course. We have a strong conviction that the judiciary is still the last hope of government in Nigeria. I don't want to believe that the Nigerian judiciary will abdicate its responsibility at times like this. The court that delivered the ruling is the highest court, it's not the last court in the land. We see how there's appeal process now pursuing to its ultimate end. So we want to assure every Nigerian, especially all the supporters, all those who believe in democracy, this ruling today will not truncate democracy as we know it. We'll ensure that, I believe that at the end of the day, the judiciary will live up to their expectations and will do the right thing to set aside these orders made by the court today. So I basically can assure you all our candidates, from our presidential candidates, His Excellency Peter Gendry, his running mates, and all our candidates up to the House of Assembly level, we will all be on the ballot. We can take that.
When the lawyer has spoken, and by way of NDC was formed, registered, and people didn't believe at the time that it was going to be what it is today. And suddenly the party grew. And if I am not too reserved with war, it became the main opposition party by today. Yes. And you should know that that will send some signal to the party in government if it is not doing well. And we believe that they are not doing well. And the first thing that will occur to you as a party leader is considering what they have done to other parties or what they have attempted to do to other parties, abolition in the very recent past, you start to think, what is it that we threw at us? And so, we are not fools not to have not been thinking in that direction. But obviously, as it has been exposed, within the ambit of the law, even as I'm not a lawyer, apparently by what they have done, they could barely not find anything legitimate to throw at us. And just because they just need to do something, some people just have to do something, some people just have to get paid. So to show that they are irrespective of what. And even if you are not a lawyer, from element moral perspective, you are talking about a matter that the person involved was not involved as it were. And even if you attempted to register, I'm not talking as just an ordinary man. Even if you attempted to register a political party with victory sign at the time, and you were not registered, you were declined, the lawyers will answer you. Does it then mean that subsequently, after then, when you were not registered, that symbol cannot be used by another person again? Those are the thoughts that, since I am not a lawyer, that is important. And so what am I saying? By the statement that we have made, which is our official position, we are giving the assurance to all our candidates that the party is fair. Our legal team, from the time that breaking news came that our lawyers in court mentioned the outcome of the court, from that time till now, our legal team is working. and our legal team is working with assurance that this is an abuse to the judicial system of this country. And we believe that it is not all implementators or practitioners in the judicial system of this country that will allow the fact that what ought not to be obtained, that will diminish their image, will be kept or will be allowed to stand. And remember, the international community and everybody is watching. We know the calls that we have received in and outside of this country. We are pleading that the judicial players should not drag this country more into the mud. And if there are one or two players that want to show otherwise of this country, we expect some good people and serious-minded people to rise up and say that no, this ought not to stand. This is not the standard. And we in NDC still believes that there are characters like that in this country, and there are characters like that in the judiciary that shall uphold the fact that the judiciary is still the last hope of the whole man. And so on that note, I want to reassure all our candidates, especially our candidates. I can see a whole lot of them here. Go back home and continue with what we're doing. This is just an attempt to see whether we will shake. No shaking.
I don't know the shake. It's an attempt to make sure you will shake, and you are shaking.
By this, they are just telling Nigerians that we are in existence and we have come to take power democratically.
I like that energy.
It's a clear sign of victory that is ahead of us.
Yes, sir.
And you know what? Today, as national chairman of this party, I was in INEC yesterday, all through, and today, if not for what I was to go to INEC and pick up our code for uploading our candidates, which is the rights of the national chairman and the secretary. And I was to go on that assignment. And incidentally, they just drew this. It has not stopped me from my work. After this press conference, I'm going to INEC to pick up our code.
Yes, so.
So get back home and continue to do what you are doing. We are firm, we are strong. She must stand. Yes. There is no amount of intimidation. We have given, and I want to repeat again, we have given Nigerians their hope. The hope of Nigeria by today, and I repeat myself, both for those in those Mr. Peter UOB, that is the only hope